Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I am your host, GameChanger. All right, so I did a survey a couple of days ago, maybe a week ago, about cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya. And simply put, I asked if you had to choose one, fellas, which would you choose? Option A is food. Option B is another four-letter word that starts with F. And two out of three people pick the other four-letter word that starts with F. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Um, you know, I'm not gonna give my answer just yet. I'm gonna give a few of you a couple of more um, days to click the button to vote. But I will say, and maybe it's because cooking is not really my thing. I do look at her food sometimes and I get curious. I get curious. Of course, I get curious about other things about her, but I do look at her food and get curious. I get curious. Anyway, so the thumbnail. The thumbnail is loosely related to what we're going to talk about today, and that is the whole Steve Urkel, Stefan Urkel thing. I really, even when I was a kid and I seen that, I really thought that, like, wow, this dude is really just altering his whole DNA. And, he changed his everything that makes him him in order to get with this girl, Laura, when he had Myron. I thought that was like really extreme and I did not get it. Like, why was he content with Myra? And he, no matter what, it became clear that Laura would never be into him as he was. She always would be with this altered DNA version of him, which, first of all, I guess nerd is a gene now, and it's one that can be turned on and off, which is, something strange. But the altered version of him was somebody who was just as smart. He had the same IQ, he had the intelligence. So it was, but really the only difference was the way he dressed, his voice, and the way people reacted to him, which is something that he didn't need this elaborate machine to change. He could always do that. It's just that when he's in his Steve Urkel form, he refused to do that. But it's like, if you refuse to do that, why are you choosing to change your DNA? Why not just change your clothes? Whole thing very strange. Whole thing very strange. But I always put that akin to like a black person, becoming white. Or and around the same time I seen this special, hit the like button. I seen this, I don't know, is a special or a series or what have you, news report, but seen this thing where they had midgets that were getting, tall surgeries. And I mean, and trust me, I've never been a midget, and I'm not a person who I'm not a midget who altered himself into a 6 foot human. I just so I'm not going to pretend like I understand their plight, but the way the community reacted to the people who got this procedure done, this long, painful procedure, essentially where they're just stretching out your shins, and you just wind up being a midget with long shins. You're not changing everything. You still got the sausage fingers and all that stuff that goes along with it, but they really just like rejected him. Like, he's not proud of who he is, and therefore he is no longer a part of our society. We're going to take his short card away, is essentially what happened. I wonder if people look at nerds that way. If there was a Steve Urkel machine that allows you to alter your nerd DNA, what would that look like as far as the nerd community, if there is such a thing? How would they react to that? Then I thought that, I mean, really it wasn't a nerd thing. It was really more anybody changing, the essence of who they are, their personality, their DNA, in order to appease a chick who, quite frankly, and I always felt this way about her, isn't very hot. Laura Winslow, as far as like black girls on 90 TV shows go, is I would say she's at the bottom. You know, she's no Tatiana Ali, she's no Keisha Knight Pulliam, she's no Lisa Turtle. I think her name is Lark Voorhees or something like that. She Stacey Dash on Clueless came out, you know, like even Hillary, you know, Janet Jackson, who I thought was my age, was when she was on Different Strokes and all that stuff. See, this stuff was in syndication. She was, I think she, quite frankly, was the least hottest. I'm trying to think of who is less. Oh, Cherry from Punky Brewster could get it. She was actually on that show too. Brandy could get it before her. I mean, Niecy, I actually preferred her over Brandy. So on the show Moesha, maybe Kim Parker, but she's definitely like the bottom 10%. She was definitely at the bottom, and I was just curious, like, what was Urkel's fascination with her? I mean, I get the way the show was written. Like, you know, he was supposed to just be there for one episode, and that episode was her stalker, her love interest, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And really, she was the only link to the house. Like, he didn't live in the main stage, the main house. He wasn't a Winslow, so they needed a reason for him to keep coming over. But as time passed, that reason became like less and less feasible. Like, he began to grow up. She didn't look any better. There wasn't anything spectacular that really popped out about her personality that just made him seem like, you know, she should be the one. So they could have wrote that better. And then when they wrote in Myron's character, who to me was just like the perfect chick. I see y'all talking about her in the chat room. To me, she was just like the perfect chick, both on the show and in real life. In real life, she was the girlfriend slash fiance, I believe, of Malcolm Jamal Warner, you know, Theo Huxtable from the Cosby Show. She also played Justine on that same show, his girlfriend slash love interest, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But in real life, she was this, you know, sweet uber Christian girl. Even though she was an actress, she refused to over sexualize herself. Even though she was an attractive actress, she refused to over sexualize herself. And, you know, she even when she was sick, she just decided to put it in God's hands, which of course wasn't probably the best decision. But she actually felt that, and she said this, that the essence of her womanhood, she had some type of cancer that affected her reproductive system. So she was like, the essence of her womanhood is to reproduce, is to make children, and she's not going to sacrifice that for her own health. And, you know, I thought that is, you know, the feminine version of like a kamikaze. Like, you know, like listen, my job as a man is to protect, and, you know, it's kind of like a death before dishonor thing. So though I don't necessarily agree with it, I do admire that aspect of her. So to me, I would put her like really at the top of the perfect chick category. Where Laura, she was, even though she was in Chicago, she had this Southern Geechee, you know, I don't know, attitude, the whole finger wagging, neck rolling thing. That was her character. That was her stick in the show. Um, didn't really mesh well with me. And not only that, she just wasn't that hot. And even before Urkel, they showed her as she's supposed to be like this top chick. And, you know, like there was one episode, and I'm going off into a tangent, but there was one episode where where some pretty boy, you know, lied and said that he smashed when he didn't, and Eddie had to check him. And, you know, I was like, it would make sense if she was hotter. It would make sense if she was hotter, if she looked like Myron, but the whole thing was just weird. Anyway, um, And that's a tangent. That's not what this show is going to be about. But I thought that it made a good thumbnail, and I always felt that he had this self hatred when he did this. Maybe it wasn't self hatred, maybe it was love for Laura, but to love Laura is to hate yourself, given the circumstances, in my opinion. This over infatuated with the stereotypical Keisha, which is what she was written to be, you know, was to his detriment. You know, he really would have had a happier life without him trying to connect with Laura. But then it did seem like as the show progressed, it became less about Laura and more about the father, Carl, which means that that's really what he was missing in his life. You know, he had a poor family connection. His family kind of rejected him for being a nerd. And the Winslows embraced him. They just did. I mean, at least more so than his family. So he was looking more for a family figure and a father figure in Carl than he was in a girlfriend with Laura. But I think he's come to realize that he couldn't have one without the other. And maybe that was his fascination with her. Just spitballing. So let me do the short of the day. Go ahead and post your comments on that, and I will read them after this. But yeah, let me do the short of the day. Hit the like button, people.
That's supposed to be nice. He like, yeah, you got flowers for you. Girl, he gave me his business card. Who gives business cards? He always be the goofy one. He do all the things he's supposed to do right. And then he turned up to be an a-hole because y'all done treated him this way this whole time.
Flashback.
The corny kid, right?
No, I did not say that. Well, you're not corny anymore.
Hell no.
Michael B. Jordan is just like a nice, corny guy. And I don't mean that as a slight, right? I mean, we all know that the nice, corny guys treat you the best.
You know, it's so crazy. I went to school with Michael B. Jordan at a point in life, and we went to Chad Science together in Newark. And to be honest with you, we teased him all the damn time because his name was Michael Jordan. Let's start there. And he was no Michael Jordan. And then he also would come to school with headshots. And back then, that was like in the hood. We lived in Newark.
Yeah.
Like that's the hood. You know what I mean? So we would make fun of him. Like, what you gonna do with your little stupid headshot?
Y'all be on dates and you can tell when they want one of them dates, they see somebody. You ever see a homegirl or girlfriend, you see it?
Okay, I'll stop right there. This isn't actually a short. This is the intro to an entire video. Now, Michael B. Jordan, he very likely wasn't a nerd. He seems more like, or maybe he was. I don't know. If he was or if it wasn't, really doesn't matter to him, because he was focused more on where he was going, more so than what high school kids really thought about him. And that's why he is where he is right now. By the way, you ever think about there's a dude on The Wire named Poot. Hit the like button. His name on the show is Poot, of all the names, you know. But I guess, you know, they just name people crap. They name people snot. They name people poot. They name people dookie. Like, Baltimore people just, you know, have a way of naming people body excrements, I guess. But nevertheless, they started off on the same level on that particular show. And I just can't help but think about what that's like to just watch the guy next to you become Michael B. Jordan and you are Pooh. Now he still acts. I seen him, he does like speaking extra roles, meaning like it's a role where you're extra, but you get some lines. I seen him in Black Mafia Family. I seen him in The Swarm. Like, he didn't get taller, so he's not a tall guy, which of course is going to hinder his acting career. And it seemed like he started balding at a very young age, and he makes up for it with having a full beard. So he's a short guy with a bald head and a full beard, and he attempts to play gangster roles on Tubi movies from time to time. That's his career, which is completely eclipsed by Michael B. Jordan, and it doesn't seem like Michael B. Jordan is going to like throw him a bone anytime soon. And he never did. Like, he could have been one of the people that's just holding the spear in the background on Wakanda. What's that? A Black Panther. But he wasn't, because it's just not that type of party. I just had a thought about that, a random thought. But to the L'Oreal thing, on him, it's like, it's not that they teased him because his name just so happened to have been Michael B. Jordan. Quite frankly, if my name was Michael B. Jordan, I would have been teased too. So, because I wasn't athletic, not at all. In fact, he's probably of an age to where he was named after that. Like, his family were a fan, and their name just so happened to be Jordan. So they like, okay, let's do this. But he just like kind of took it and moved forward with his life, which is something that I recommend people do. I mean, high school is what, 4 years out of a very long, relatively speaking, life. And yeah, kids are cruel. And that's that. That's that. I mean, if they treated you poorly because, your name, you was a nerd, or actually, in my case, my ears popped out, like Will Smith, when I was younger. I don't really see it now, and nor has anybody mentioned it in decades. So I think that's just something that I grew out of. But I mean, there's always going to be something. I mean, that's pretty much what kids did. Some of them just grow up and grow out of it. But then there are others. And because in the Black community, but I think all communities are like this, nerds are considered to be like the lowest thing on the social hierarchy. And what winds up happening is, whenever you deal with a group of low people on a social hierarchy, is that the people within that group tend to compete with each other. And this is true also for Black men in America, or Black people in America, I should say. Hit the like button, please. They tend to over contend with each other and the basis of what they are, or what that particular group is said to be good at. For example, you have Black people, very low on the social economic hierarchy, for a long time. And then we have this crab barrel mentality that is a result of this. And this comes from the whole thinking that you can't win if you compete against white people. You can't win against the top of the totem pole. So you might as well just compete with each other for the scraps that are left over. And I think a lot of Black nerds are like that. And I'm starting to realize this in this space. And I'm going to give example of this with BGS Idmore in a conversation that I had over there last night. So, yeah. You see, okay, understand this. And for those of you who are new here, hit that subscribe button. Understand this to get my perspective. I am a Black nerd. And I'm not one of these new Black nerds to where, because the comic books are now movies, people think it's like, "Ooh, I'm a nerd now because I like the things that nerd likes." Like, okay, call yourself what you like, but nevertheless, I've been a nerd my entire life. So, as most people who are nerds have been, and the thing about me is my friends were not nerds. I didn't have any nerd friends, particularly, and this is K through 12. I didn't have any nerd friends, and I always wondered, like, how cool would that be to just have like a group of friends who are also nerds and who share similar interests, because my friends, they're actually on the basketball team, and I'm in the crowd trying to pull women or girls. So that was the difference. So they actually had interest, and I wasn't even like watching the game. I kid you not. I that was my only reason for being there, because I really can't stand basketball. So yeah, that's what I want to say about that. So, oh yeah, no nerd friends. And I always thought that it would be cool. Like, and then I got to college, and of course I majored in a major that has a higher concentration of nerds than, say, African American studies or liberal arts or something like that. Most of the STEM fields is going to have a higher concentration of nerds, and most of them are white nerds, at least the ones that were outspoken. And dealing there, this isn't all. This is in by no means all of them, but their behavior was to the point where I see why somebody would bully them, because quite frankly, they were just downright annoying. And once again, this is a small percentage, but they kind of stuck out because of the things that they did. Sometimes it was just disruptive to the class, and it's just like, okay, we get it, you're smart, or you like to believe that you're smart, but I mean, pretty much everybody here is on the same education level. So just, it was obnoxious. Like, I could see why somebody would just get frustrated, and I don't know, like, shove them in a locker or something like that, to be honest. Like, some of them had it coming. And if the situation was reversed, they would do the same thing, hit the like button. So yes, I did have more cerebral friends in college. Not to say that my friends in high school, who some of whom I still have today, weren't. It's just that, there's different interests, but I never had like a clique of black nerds my entire life. Never had that. And then I come to this space, and I actually didn't make a big deal of it, because when I said that I was a nerd, I said it like early in my YouTube career, if you want to call it that. I was like, it was just like a matter of fact thing. I didn't really think much of it. um that's when I realized that society at large, outside of the circumstances that I grew up in, really thought that a certain type of way about it, and that there are black nerds out there, and some of them had experiences that they still hold on to, unlike Michael B. Jordan. They haven't really moved on past that in life. And back to what I was saying about when you're at the bottom, you have this desire to compete for king of those at the bottom, like king of the peasants, king of the plebs. You have that desire to be top loser. I'm starting to notice that in this space more than anywhere. So I'm going to go over how I've come to that conclusion, and really how frustrating it is. Um, and and really the reason why my friend circle in this space has waned significantly. And it's not because I'm just like isolating myself deliberately. No, it's I'm gonna get into that. It's sad. It's a sad reality, but it is what it is. It is the reality that it is. Okay, so D Scott says, "Yo, appreciate you." Myra was way hotter. Absolutely, absolutely, Mr. Snazzy. Jeffrey Whitlock says, "I agree, Myra." Yeah, I mean come on now. That's not even up to debate. That's like, hey, is a Tesla better than an old Dodge? Like that's come on now. That's obvious. Like, oh, really? You think she's hot? That is really something that is blatantly obvious. 6 from that one show. But I'm talking about snow bunnies. Really? I remember her as a woman. So you're talking about the show Blossom. And Blossom, who in addition to becoming a scientist herself, she was on the show Big Bang Theory. She, of course, wasn't the pretty one on that show, and she looked significantly older than the other actresses, and she probably was on the show. And then there was her best friend who went by the name of Six. She didn't do it for me. Topanga was the queen of white girls at that age and that time. And yeah, I mean, it was cute how she talked fast and stuff like that. And she actually played in the movie White Girls. And she was very regular. Very regular. But the heart wants what it wants, Let's see. Maya was the type of woman that was down for the nerd cooperation with Steve's mission. Absolutely. But I think that she would have really just been down with, and which made her like the perfect chick. She was really down with any program that Steve had. And I gotta say, that is my favorite type of chick. Like when I come across those chicks, I will no longer take them for granted as I have in the past. But that is my favorite type of chick. Like the down for whatever, but not even sexually. Even if it's on some like pookie crap. Like you got to admire those down for whatever chicks. And I think that's the fascination. Hit the like button, people. Hit the like button. Spin fire. I think that's the fascination with the character that I have, and I think that others have a fascination with her too. That's how she became so popular so quickly, and that is Harley Quinn. You see her in various places, like like the cartoons, the movies. She has her own Suicide Squad thing going on, but part of being an attractive woman, typically played by Margot Robbie, but drawn as an attractive woman, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Feel free to comment in the comment section. Harley Quinn is like the ultimate down for whatever chick. Like Joker is a lunatic. He's a complete lunatic. And she's like, all right, forget it. You want me to jump in a pool of acid? Whatever, Mr. J. You want me to go on a killing spree with a croquet hammer? Whatever, Mr. J. Like, you gotta dig that about her. I think subconsciously that's the real allure about her. Of course, the looks and the gymnastics that she possessed, but really it's just this whole ride or die, down for whatever the program is. Now back to Myra. I think that she was really, down with whatever Steve's program was. Even if it was on some Joker crap, she was gonna, she was on that, and I shouldn't say ride or, the other words considering her rest in peace situation, but nevertheless, it's that like, it's the helpmate aspect of her that's just ridiculous. Okay, so D Scott says she grew up mid AF. Yeah, exactly. So one thing that's interesting is because I know what they were trying to do, and it's what everybody was trying to do back then that had like a Black family show, and that was they wanted to recreate the Cosby Show. They wanted to have like an additional Cosby Show. They wanted to capture the lightning in the bottle that the Cosby Show did, and they wanted to contain it. The thing about that show was that Bill Cosby understood the value of beauty, and it didn't seem like whoever wrote that show and casted that show did. You have the overweight, underheight cop, with the Louise Jefferson looking sassy black woman. She was definitely no Claire Huxtable. Now, you did have her sister, who just so happened to live there, who was pretty for the time. And you had, it just didn't have like the whole Felicia Rashad, what's her name? Denise Huxtable, what's her name? Not Zoe Kravitz. What's Zoe Kravitz's mom name? Not Felicia Rashad. Lisa Bonet. You had to. I mean, basically, they tried to make Vanessa. It's kind of like if the Cosby Show tried to make Vanessa the star of the show, and Vanessa is like the least interesting Cosby kid there is. She's the worst. She's the worst Cosby kid there was. Okay, you'd only remember her if she gave you attitude when she gave back to your channel. LOL. All right. That was to somebody else, so I don't really know the context. I'll just leave it be. Let's see. Like he chose his name growing up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really tripping on what L'Oreal did when she was a kid. I mean, and Michael B really isn't tripping either. To be honest, I don't think that L'Oreal had much. I don't think that she was that popular herself. I think that she got in a group with a bunch of equally loser females that just stood there and said things like, her and her two friends just said things about people like Michael B. Jordan. Yeah, he brings his headshot to school and his name is Michael B. And, that was pretty much it. I don't think Michael actually spent much time thinking about her. And I don't think that the rest of the school really, and it's just me going off of her personality now, and kind of like glimpsing of what she was like as a younger person. So yeah, I don't think Michael B. Jordan really cares about her now, and I don't think anybody in high school really cared about her then. That's just my thoughts. I could be wrong. I know the Laura types. She's from the DMV originally, like I am. They are a dime a dozen. Yeah. So why would you, put her in that particular role? And I'm not saying, hire. Well, I am saying hire a cuter kid, like Tatiana Ali, but more so, and hope that they become an attractive adult for whatever reason. Like hope that they if for the duration of the show that their looks remain steady like throughout. I get that, but there was just really nothing about her that made it. And somebody would say it's because she's dark skinned. No, because the other people I mentioned, like Keisha Knight Pulliam and Tatiana Lee are both dark skinned as well. Actually, fun fact: Jaleel White auditioned for the role of Rudy Huxtable back when they wanted to cast a male actor, but Bill decided to give himself another daughter instead of for a son, and that's how we got Rudy Huxtable. I have small ears and I wear glasses. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be something. I mean, kids are just going to be kids. Harley Quinn is a certified nerd. She was a psychiatrist. Joker uses his gas to manipulate her. Sure, I think she's definitely a ride or die chick. I don't think that she's on gas. I think that she's she's, you know, I don't know what it is, but she has a type and she's a ride or die chick. And, you know, even if that means doing some things that's just completely off the wall, I still admire those. Pick me for real. All right. Cosby was shafted, no evidence, just word from people that just said, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We back Cosby on this channel. Like, you know, we back Cosby on this channel. That, you know, he was railroaded. They come after 11 p.m. Wasn't there to play checkers. Okay. Explain that one. Change, not channel. Oh, did I read that wrong? Okay, my mistake. But if I did, I don't know. But yeah. All right. Thanks. True, understood. Okay, so yeah, that's the end of that. Let's get into the main event. So years ago, and I actually either seen it or don't remember it, or didn't see it at all. So years ago, the BGS Idmore, he did this stream called Hey GameChanger, should educated lames and nerds abandon the Black community? So I watched a little bit of it, as I'm going to watch with you. And I'm like, okay, he does pose an interesting question. And I'm like, oh, okay, this would be a topic of discussion. Maybe I'll have it with him one day. And then lo and behold, and this was earlier this weekend. And then lo and behold, yesterday, he had an open panel, a Martin Luther King Day open panel. So I was like, okay, I'll go on that show. And if this comes up, then we'll talk about it. You know, I'll be able to answer the question, and at least to the best of my ability, but we'll at least have that discussion, because it does bring up something like, you know, hey, should you leave a community that at least reputedly has treated you poorly? Like, fair enough. But let's listen to it. Let's listen to a bit of it to see where it's going. And I'm going to give my thoughts on that. And then I'm going to get on what happened when I actually went on the show yesterday. By the way, if you look at the top there, if you're going to tag somebody, you got to put @ and then their name. Like, because this doesn't have the 00100. So I didn't see it. Like, when you put the tag like that, it comes up and I could see it. This didn't come up and I could see it. So, you know, it's not a big deal. Like, I missed it. This is 5 years old. And apparently it's a repost of something that's like 8-9 years old. So yeah. But it's a valid question, so I wanted to talk about it. All right, so Nanga is a few minutes behind, so I'm gonna do this. That's actually a good question. So I got to word it right. That's actually a good survey question, because right now I'm on the fence. Right now I'm on the fence, but if I were a kid, I would probably say Vanessa, because more money. Keep it a buck, more money. So yeah, her family has more money. People like that tend to be girls like that in my life experience when I was a kid. We're just more fun. And I'm not talking about, you know, in the sack. I'm just talking about just in general. Okay, let me.
Video by Let's Be Frank. And the question he was asking, or the subject he was talking about, is how the nerds or the squares or the so-called educated lames are treated in the Black community, and whether, since the educated lames or the squares aren't really wanted in the Black community or wanted by Black women especially, should they stay or do they owe anything to the Black community? And that's a very valid question. And, for once, I'm stumped because I really don't know. I know how I feel, but I really don't know, because a lot of times folks like us, and I do consider myself a square. I don't have the degree or the letters behind my name, so I can't be called an educated lame because, like I said, I don't have the paperwork. So I'm not officially an educated lame, even though I can be treated like an educated lame. But growing up, not only is it the neighborhood or the school, but also your family treats you differently. And for some reason, there is a low-key hatred towards, like, let's be frank, calls us outliers. But we can use the term, squares or nerds or geeks, which is the term that they used to use for us, back in the day, was geeks. There's always been I don't know, it was.
Okay. I want to say this, and this is my experience as a nerd. And I'm pretty sure other nerds, if Michael B. Jordan was a nerd, would, and I'm not comparing myself to him, but probably had similar experiences. And that is, there's groups, and I don't know if this has always been the case, and maybe things was worse. BGS is significantly older than I am. So I don't know if that's always been the case or what's going on, but I will say that there is going to be a group of girls that are for nerds. So, and if you put them into three categories, right? If you put girls and their desires into three categories as it relates to what they like, there's the ones that only date nerdy type dudes, and then there's the ones that may or may not, and then there's the ones that never would, like never under any circumstances would they date a nerd, which it's not terrible. I mean, we most certainly wasn't, and that's true for all categories of guys. I mean, we most certainly wasn't, it didn't work to our favor the way being an athlete would work to our favor. Um, but it's, I mean, most of the girls, and that's most any girls, are really looking at the person, not whatever category he falls into. And that is what it is. I mean, would it be nice if there were girls who only mess with nerds? Absolutely. Like if that category was larger, absolutely. Absolutely. I will say this, the girls in that category seem to be of significantly higher quality, because the same is true for Pookie or street dudes or whatever. The same is true for them. There are the girls who only mess with them. There are the girls who can take it or leave it, and then there's the girls who don't mess with them whatsoever. They just feel that they're above that. If I had to compare the two, as far as the girls that only mess with nerds versus the girls that only mess with street dudes, at least back then when I was coming up, I would say that the ones that only mess with nerds were of significantly higher quality. And also, like looks wise, but then again, most like people were pretty much on the same teal as far as looks goes back then, because the girls were more in shape, more real haired, and the only thing that separated them was their genetic differences, and that is what it is. But in the short term, it was probably about the same looks wise. However, what did differ is the quality of the relationship. It's far greater than any chick who solely goes after street dudes. And the reason for that is because the psychology behind a woman who only goes for street dudes. If you got to ask why her attraction is more to the streets than it is to you, and what's in the streets, there's drama, violence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So she's attracted to these things, and she's with you. So she's going to bring that into your life. Like, I want y'all to think about like Ayana's cousin from no, not Ayana's cousin, baby boy Ayana are not okay. Let me stop. Let me gather my 90s movies reference so I can get things correct. I want y'all to think about the character of Ayana in the movie Menace to Society. There we go. This chick, I mean, she was easy on the eyes, granted, but she also was ran through, like they said. I know a couple of brothers that have eased up into that, and she just kind of like put brothers against each other in a deadly fashion. Like, she went and got her cousin because the dude didn't want to father a kid that likely wasn't his. Like, one of her dudes. And she actually said, "You man enough to take a life, but you're not man enough to take care of one." It's like, wait a minute. Why do you think he took a life? Is that why you were into him? Because you think he take lives? So really, you just like surround yourself with life takers, like your cousin. You surround yourself with life takers. I don't need them type of problems. I didn't like, because in the movie, he just graduated high school. I most certainly did not need that type of problems in my life. But those are the types, from my understanding, that really just mess with street dudes like that. And I'm talking about the ones who, like I say, most girls fall in the middle, and they just like, they date street dudes, but they date other dudes, and they date nerds, but they date other dudes, so, they look at the person, not whatever trope he falls into. Most women fall into that category. But the ones who solely date street dudes, you will end up like Kane ended up at the end of the movie. Believe that. I did not need those type of problems. I as a nerd have never had some dude come to me, and don't get me wrong, I had dudes come to me for reasons related to females, but I didn't have no dude come to me like, like, "Hey, I'm Ayana's cousin. I don't like the way you've been treating her, partner." I never had no crap like that, nor do I have time for ignorant street crap like that. So do what you want. And that's how I always felt about it. A lot of dudes are hung up about what Ayana wanted. And I think that they are hung up because they fantasized about Ayana like so much. They fantasized about, like, oh man, and in their fantasy, she has like this perfect personality, and she's not gonna grow up to be fat. She's going to look the same today as she did in the 90s. And it's like, listen, that's the fantasy. The reality of Rihanna is terrible. And they could have her. I truly don't care. They all have categories, and it's nothing to really get hung up on what these bras like. So back to the BGS. Hit the like button.
I don't know if it's low key hatred, but a resentment by the rest of the families. And you know, if you weren't raised by a father or mother that happened to be a geek or so-called square, then even within your family, like my family, I was always considered strange or weird because they'd be watching a comedy and I would want to watch a documentary or the Animal Channel or whatever and something else that other than what the rest of the family wanted to watch. And so I was always considered strange. I'd be reading encyclopedias or something else. You know, my sisters and brothers would ask for a toy. I want a book.
Okay. I don't know how much he's playing into the stereotype of nerds. But many of us played with toys. I mean, we read books, but many of us played with toys because we were kids. And many of us still play with toys today. Let's keep it a buck. So I don't know how much of this is like him stating what he believes a nerd to be or a square to be. And I also watch comedies. I didn't watch sports. And my father did and my uncles did. And when they did it, I would just leave the room. My cousins were in there. And, so yeah, my father, who for a long period of time coached Little League football, is, I know that he would have rather have had an athletic son, but, he didn't. And it's not the end of the universe. There's worse things out there than to have a son that's smart. So yeah, it's but nevertheless, I'm actually surprised that he had the Animal Channel. We didn't have cable, and I'm younger than him, so we didn't have cable at all. Surprised he had the Animal Channel. Somebody said they aren't toys; they're action figures. They're toys when you're kids. But yeah. I mean, when you keep them as adults, as like keepsakes and stuff like that, yeah, it has a different meaning, but I still enjoyed it. I still enjoyed a good G.I. Joe, Transformers, or He-Man, and the occasional Thundercat. Like if Christmas happened and I opened up a box and it was full of books, I would not be happy. I would have to pretend because, to make my aunt happy. That's some crap she'd do. But I would not be happy. So either he is trying to follow a trope or he was different even by nerd standards.
Which was funny when I was small, but as I grew up, then that teasing turned to jealousy and then sometimes turned to envy. Now, as I have gotten older, I'm in my 50s now, they have come to accept me and they have come to actually need me, which is weird because when you're younger, you're teased, you're looked down upon, you're called weird, you're called strange, you call all of that stuff. But the thing is, the same people that do that to you are the people that actually come to you and need your help when they need to figure out a computer or they need to figure out a program or they need to figure out a printer or something wrong with the car or anything or reading documents.
Okay. Here, really before here, when he was talking about Animal Channel and stuff and no toys, his experience in childhood, it starts to show how different it is between that and my experience in childhood. Have I had family members call me for help in computers? Yeah, I mean, do they? But it's extraordinarily rare that they would call for monetary help, which is good. Which means that things are cool. And if they do, they pay back in a timely manner. So I'm not gonna down my family like that. Let's see what else. What else did he say? My family could read. And never asked me to read a document. That's weird. Well, I shouldn't call his family weird, but that's new. I would think it's weird if they did that. If they said, "Hey, GameChanger, I need you to read this. Like, what's this word?" I was like, "What?" I wouldn't know what to say. I wouldn't like. As far as I know, everybody in my family is literate. Like, and everybody in my immediate family is definitely literate. So I don't, you know, um, yeah. So his experience is a little different than mine. His, yeah. Well, he said read a document. So he says maybe be just meant help to understand, particularly computer stuff. Yeah, I could understand that. But he said read a document. I've never been asked to do that. And then there's like a couple of things. Like, this is not necessarily a nerd thing. My cousin, who isn't a nerd, his mom, my aunt, she'll say stuff like, find me a blaxploitation show, from the 70s, because she didn't know how to work the cable remote as well as he did. There's always going to be stuff like that. That's not necessarily a nerd thing.
They need you, but other than that, you're teased because you don't dance like everybody else. You're not interested in the same music as everybody else. Your subjects are too deep and too technical. Okay, you don't keep everybody laughing. So a lot of us educated lame.
I do keep everybody laughing. Everybody, every family function.
Or nerds or geeks or outliers, as let's be frank, talks about learn how to be funny. You learn how to tell a sly joke to keep everybody lubricated. You find yourself trying to make everybody else around you comfortable. Whereas in the other.
Did he say lubricated?
Funny. You learn how to tell a sly joke to keep everybody lubricated. You find yourself.
I'm not going to look it up, but answer me in the chat. Does lubricated mean something different? Or like, does he come from a place? Wait, what the hell was that? I didn't hear this part before. Like I said, I only watched a couple of minutes of it, and now we're 4 minutes and 8 seconds in. So, like, in his day, because he's from California too, as far as I know, I know he's there. I don't know if he grew up there, or here. But does it mean something different? Like, is that some jive turkey talk, or what the hell? Because absent like some LA slang from the 60s or 70s or some crap like that, like, it sounds like he's lubing his family. It sounds like this dude was lubing his family. And like everybody, like, I gotta keep everybody lubricated. Like, damn, is that what they did with nerds in your family? They like, oh, you in charge of lubing grandma. What the hell is that? Like, what? Whoa. Socially lubricated, that's a thing? Okay. I don't know what socially lubricated. That seems like a very poor analogy, even in that statement. But it. But times are different. Like, he comes from a different time. But according to so what, he was passing out the drinks as a kid. Okay, no matter what the term what meant. In 2016, even then, it's strange. It's strange. I will call CPS if a kid said, yes, it's my job to keep my family lubricated. I will call CPS. CPS is Child Protective Services. I will call them immediately if they said, boy or girl, if they said it's my job to keep my family lubricated. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Well, a black woman in a Ross suit is going to come to your house real soon and interview your parents in this lubricated situation. Somebody said, "Why are you trying to turn bro into Diddy?" Okay, I'm doing it out of fun. I am doing it out of fun. It's part fun and it's part genuine understanding that I don't know what that means. But yeah, I mean, you see, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's not hate. Like this is the same thing. Like if someone were to do this to me as a kid, and I say something that that warrants a pause, and I don't pause, and even though we didn't do that when I was young, but I'm not gonna hold it against them forever. Like, hey, remember that time you said lubricated? It's like, nah, you said something, I made fun of it, and then we move on. But something's different is happening here. So yeah.
Self trying to make everybody else around you comfortable. Whereas in the other communities, say Asian or white, or sometimes even Hispanic, they want their smarter people to act smart. They want their smarter people to lead them. They want their smarter people to be above them, and they give those people praise. But in the black community, the nail that sticks up gets pounded down. I was listening to Issa Rae talk, and she was saying when she was in Senegal, because she was raised in Senegal, and then she was also, when she came back to the United States, she was raised in Washington D.C., where she was in a mixed community where it was okay, in private schools, to where it was competitive and they wanted the children to excel. But when she came back to Inglewood, to the neighborhood, she found out that she was teased for being smart. She was teased for proper language. She was teased. She had, in other words, she went from being typical or being elevated to being awkward. And that is typical what's going on in the black neighborhood. You find yourself having to dumb yourself down. You find yourself having to change the way you talk, change the way you act, tell jokes, because you're trying to ease the feelings of the people that are around you. You're trying to bring yourself down to fit in. So in other words, they only want you to be smart when they want you to be smart. They want you to read the books that they're reading or watch the TV programs that they're watching.
Okay. He does bring up an excellent point here. And that is that, the black community doesn't really stray from itself too much. Like, there's a certain archetype that you must meet, and if not, you're an outlier of that community. Where in, I'm just going to say white communities, because I think other communities are similar to this, where in the white community, there's all sorts of different sub communities. There's the goth kids, there's the kids that rode bikes, there's the athletes, of course, and of course there's the nerds, there's the punk rock kids, there's all types of different white kids. There's the rock and roll kids, there's the wiggers. There was all types of different white kids. There isn't much room for difference in the black community. So he does have a point there.
They want you to use words that they can understand because they don't want to raise themselves up. And that's part of what's going on in the black community. Black women are notorious for that. I can't tell you how many girlfriends that I've had will in person put me down for being smart or knowing something or calling me strange or calling me weird to family, but to their girlfriends, they'll brag or they'll laugh at you because you're a square, because you're smart, because you don't talk about what women actually want to hear. You can't entertain them.
Okay. I don't know what he's trying to say there, because there wasn't a contrast. He basically said, you know, they disrespect your intelligence in your face and they disrespect your intelligence behind your back. But he put the word "but" in between it. Like, you know, like in your face, you know, they talk bad about you being smart, and behind your back, they talk bad about you being smart. Maybe I misheard it. Let me go back some.
Being smart or knowing something, or calling me strange or calling me weird to family, but to their girlfriends, they'll brag or they'll laugh at you.
Yeah. So what are they doing? They're bragging or are they laughing at you? His experience is a lot different than mine. I don't even understand what that type of relationship would have been based on. Um, like it seems like she makes fun of you like publicly and privately, so she don't like nerds, but she's with one. And not to say that he's lying. I would say that that would really say something about Black women, because she either likes nerds and she was with one because she likes nerds, but she didn't want his ego to get out of control, so she just humbles him, and she's talking to her friends to keep them away, or it's just made up. I mean, because that's I have not had that one, because a nerd is who I am. So, like, why? You know, that really wouldn't make sense. Like, to keep it a buck, that would. I'm trying to think. I'm like thinking about past relationships, and I'm going for like teen years. Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm also doing something else on my other computer, but trying to think of a situation where, because then if I could like picture her doing it, I would try to understand like why others would do that. Nah, nah. The only thing is sometimes they'll try to get me to dress different, but that's it. Yeah.
Because you're a square, because you're smart, because you don't talk about what women actually want to hear. You can't entertain them. You can't bring yourself down to the level to entertain them, because basically, if you are an educated lame, a nerd, or whatever it is, you do have to bring yourself down to the level to entertain them, and that's what a lot of educated lames and nerds, Black nerds don't understand. They think that because in one segment of your life you're praised for being smart and you're pushed to be smarter. It's the opposite direction when you get involved with a Black woman, and a typical Black woman especially. A lot of times, uh, black nerds or squares stutter because with the way we have learned to speak in school, then words we have learned to use in school aren't the same words that we can use amongst other people. So we find ourselves doing what? Translating, picking out words that aren't going to be too big or too offensive to the people that quote unquote are regular or hip. And every now and then you'll see the glazed looks in their eyes when unintentionally you pop out a word that you use all the time but they've never heard of, and their eyes glaze over. Or if you're in a crowd, they look at each other funny. And you're trying to figure out how come they're looking at you funny. You don't realize that you've thrown out a word that they don't understand. So
Okay. People are mentioning the stuttering thing in the chat room. I don't know if there's a correlation. I haven't heard it. I'm thinking that I'm thinking that if I had to picture how that would work, where a person is using a simpler word in the place of a a word that another person might not have in their vocabulary, I'm thinking about how that plays out, and I'm using like movie references that's coming to my brain, and it never comes out as stuttering. Well, there is one. Like there was a character, and I don't know if they still have these type of cartoons. Probably don't. Called Porky Pig, and he had a speech impediment of sorts. So, he would have a word in mind, and you could tell that he was trying to say that word, but he couldn't say that word. So he like beep beep beep, and then he would switch to a different word of the same definition, but he could say. I don't know if nerds just going around saying beep beep beep, like that would be funny though. That would be funny. Like, somebody says garage and they want to say garage, but they say beep 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 car house or some crap like that. I don't I don't know. Yeah. So people are now accusing BGS, and that wasn't my intention when I called it last night. People are now accusing BGS of just like sensationalizing, and this is in my chat room, sensationalizing, making crap up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, yeah, it's okay. Because a lot of this is just like if somebody else was writing a story of a nerd. And even those who write stories of nerds, they don't do that. Like Carlton Banks didn't stutter. Steve Urkel didn't stutter. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say that's different. But some of the movies I came up with, and okay, so there's two incidents that I was thinking about when I was going through my mental index. One of them was on The Wire, where the math teacher was like, such and such needs to distribute, blah, 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 blah. And then one of the kids said, what does distribute mean? And then he means, then Presbelusky said to give out. And then it was like, well, why don't you just say that? It's like, all right, you're young. You don't know what distribute means. And I'm not an English teacher, so I'm going to just change it to give out. But he didn't stutter. And then there's another thing. There was another incident. What was this? Dang, it was on a movie. It wasn't on the it was on Django, where Kane said, and when he was at Calvin Candy's table, he said, I need a person with panache. I need somebody with panache. And Calvin, he looked around like, he was like, panache. And he looked confused. He was like, a showmanship. Yes, stuttering is not something that I've known people to do when their vocabulary extends the vocabulary of the audience.
Question is, and I don't know the answer to it, should the squares, the outliers, the educated lames, the geeks, the nerds, the black nerds, stay in the black community, even though that you're not respected, you're not wanted, and then you're low-key hated by not only the community, but the women that you're involved with. And the only time that you're respected or liked or basically tolerated, because that's basically it, they're tolerating you, is when you're bringing money, into the community, you're bringing jobs into the community, you're actually doing something for them. So since you're doing something for them, they will tolerate you. Like a black woman will tolerate you. Black women will tolerate you if you're giving her the lifestyle that she thinks she wants. If you give her the granite countertops and the spiral staircase and the big house and the luxury automobile, she will tolerate you, which is what Top Sergeant Willie P constantly talks about. Or you niggas have to get on their grind. and put her in a big 4 or 5 bedroom house that's 3,000 square feet with granite countertops and a tile that matches the color in the car, she's pushing the big Benz, because only then and only then will she do what you ask, and she will tolerate you. What Sergeant Willie P is not understanding is that Black nerds or Black educated lames want the same thing that everybody else wants. And it's something that Crystalline Kerrison says all the time, and I've heard it oft repeated by a whole bunch of Black women. And I think that Black educated lames, quote unquote, should basically do the same thing and adopt the same language. Black educated lames, the nerd or the outlier should do what? And I've heard Obsidian say the same thing too. He just said it in his podcast. They should go where you're celebrated, not tolerated. You should have a woman.
Okay. I definitely agree with the statement as it applies to that, going where you're celebrated and not tolerated. Yeah, I definitely agree with that statement. It was something else that he brought up that, here, let me go back. I was actually reading an email while I was listening. So I'm gonna go back like 30 seconds.
Something that Crystalline Kerrison says all the time, and I've heard it oft repeated by a whole bunch of Black women. And I think that Black educated lames, quote unquote, should basically do the same thing.
Oh, that's what it was. The fourth category. So, and I really just thought about this category, but this is a large category that goes overlooked amongst Black people and the Black community, and that's as it pertains to women and how Black women and how they react to Black nerds. Before I said that there's 3 categories. The first being women who solely and exclusively only date Black nerds. And the second category is the ones who can take it or leave it. They may or may not, date a guy if he's a nerd. It really depends on the individual. That's second category. The third category is ones who just don't mess with them at all. And then there's the fourth category. And this really falls somewhere on the spectrum of the first and second, but more like the second category. And that is the Black women who want to date nerds, but they don't feel that they're qualified to do so. Now, believe it or not, that is a large category of Black women. That is a large category of Black women. Ones who are like, yeah, I really would like to get with that particular guy. I like nerds, but at the end of the day, he will see me as less than. Okay, believe it or not, there is this esteem issue, and a lot of Black women, especially the poorer ones, the ones from the hood, do ask themselves, what do I offer a nerd? And a large group of Black women fall in that category to where they're actually intimidated. I'm not making this up. Those group of women manifest itself in a lot of ways. And one of those ways is them getting with you, but trying to humble you at the same time. Because they don't want you to be that, I think his name is CJ King. They don't want you to be that guy who says, I am the prize. They don't want that. They don't want your standards to exceed past their worth. Or they will take every opportunity that they can to humble you. That's not really talked about as much, except here, because that's really their mating strategy. You got to understand from a Black woman's perception. And I believe that this might even apply to athletes as well. But Black women, and most of them walk around with this in their heads, that there is a hierarchy of women that that is not a group thing, and that men cannot distinguish between individual value versus ethnic value. So, meaning that a Black woman will always be less appealing than a Latina woman because men in general prefer Latina women over Black women. They feel that is on an individual thing, that is on an individual basis as well. So, if you have a Black woman and you have an attractive Black woman and you have a unattractive Latina woman, the Black man will choose the unattractive Latina woman because the collective of men prefer Latina women over Black. And it's the same for white nation. So they have this walking around in their head, and they've had this walking around in their head for a very long time, just swirling around in their head. So when they are interested in a Black man or boy who is going somewhere, they always have that fear that if his ego goes unchecked, if his sense of self-value and self-worth goes unchecked, then he will leave. Then he'll move on and leave your ass for a white girl. They have that in their mind. So their mating strategy is, I want the guy, but I don't want him to have a high opinion of himself. So then you have this whole, I'm going to tear him down type thing going on.
And adopt the same language. Black educated lames, the nerd or the outlier should do what? And I've heard of City say the same thing too. He just said it in his podcast. They should go where you're celebrated, not tolerated. You should have a woman and have a community that celebrates who you are and what you can do genuinely, and not tolerate it because what you can provide them. I can't tell you how many times I've been in a conversation with a Black woman or a Black woman that I'm banging, and because you're knocking boots with her and you blowing her back out, she will tolerate you. So you're in a deep conversation for something you just learned and you're excited about it, and you start running it down to her, and the only thing she can say is that's deep. Translation for, I don't understand one word that you just fucking said. So I know there's a lot of times that that Black men, or especially Black squares, will get frustrated because you can't talk to anybody in the Black community.
Okay. There's a lot of frustrating things in the Black community. I guess there's some people I can't talk to, not because of their vernacular, but because of the stuff that they say. But that's most anywhere. Some people are simply idiots. But okay, not really going to focus too much on what he just said. What I am going to focus on is what's going on in the chat room, because it says, "You're a smart Negro," says Keisha. Well, here's the thing about that. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it a buck, and this is where I'm going to give Keisha, Black women in general, credit. And for those of you who come to movie night, y'all know that I talked about this already. And she is right to feel that way. She, to an extent, she is right to feel that way. And here's how the topic came up during movie night. We was watching the movie Dope. Now, for those of you who don't know, Dope is a movie, and it follows the tradition of The Wood, where it focused on a young Black dude who was a nerd. He had two friends who were also nerds. One of them was a female, the other one was a dude, but the female was only into other women. So that's it in a nutshell. And he was his senior year in high school, and he had eyes for this girl in the neighborhood, Zoe Kravitz. Zoe Kravitz, just, she was like this baddie, this light-skinned chick, and, he wanted her. And, conversely, there was another dude that was also interested in her, played by A$AP Rocky. I forget what his name was in the movie. And her and A$AP Rocky was a D-boy, and her and A$AP Rocky had history together, and they were the same age. Dude was in high school, the nerd was in high school, and she was a couple of years out of high school. And when the nerd, first met Zoe Kravitz, she was outside on some apartment building, some ghetto apartment buildings, stoop, and she was working on a math problem, and he's tutoring her in math, and of course he liked what he seen and he wanted to get with her, and he spent the whole movie trying to get with her, and she was really just politely friend zoning dude. Now on the surface it seems like, okay, this is just another case of Keisha preferring the D-boy over a nerd. But look at it from her perspective. Look at, really stop and think about it from her perspective, because she knew something that not even the nerd knew. And because she's older than him, she's seen the future. And the future is, you're about to go to Harvard. And though I am the prettiest girl on this LA block, there are going to be prettier girls in Harvard. And they're going to be smarter girls in Harvard. Listen, I'm 20 years old and you're 18 and you're helping me with my math. Like, you may not see this as a huge divide right now, but it is going to be a huge divide when you get to Harvard and you find a pretty girl that helps you with math. You're helping me with algebra. You're helping me with 8th grade math, and I'm grown. Once you get to Harvard and they are helping you with math and she's pretty, you're not going to see me the same way. I'm beautiful to you now. I'm the prettiest girl on the block. You're about to leave the block. And that is a very true thing that a lot of guys, particularly nerds, aren't really looking at. And that's something that Black women are seeing that we aren't seeing. They're like, listen, you are going to go somewhere. He's going to be on this corner for fucking ever. Meaning that I'm going to be like, I'm going to be a ghetto rose forever to this guy. He's going to love me forever, and he's not going to judge me. He's not going to think that I'm less than because I'm not as mathematically gifted. He's never going to look down on me. You don't know this, but there might come a time when you look down on me. And LA is very far from Boston. She's playing it smart. She's playing it smart. Like, I mean, and I wish people like BGS would see that angle of it. And then they would have like less hatred for women like that, because truth be told, there is some, she is on to something there. She is on to something. Now, it could be the case where, it could be the case where none of that matters, and she should lock him down now. And he's going to, just ignore all the chicks in Harvard and neighboring university. He's just going to ignore all that and then just, stay with her for the duration of the relationship, even though he's only hitting it during summer vacations. Like, there is a chance of that, and she just didn't want to take it. But women think like that, and the way they handle it is a lot different. And the way Black women handle it is the worst. And that's because they look at sex as a far greater investment than other groups of women. So that's another thing. Like, Black women look at it as the end all be all to a woman's worth. Other groups of women look at it like, okay, he's a high school, intellectual juggernaut nerd who's going to Harvard. If I give him a taste now, perhaps he'll remember it, when he gets out of Harvard. Perhaps he won't, but but at least I've got some dick. That's how they look at it. The way black women look like, oh no, I'm not going to, I don't want to love in vain. So they don't even make the initial sexual investment, hoping that it matures. What's that one athlete that, everybody's calling a simp now? Like, black women didn't want to make the investment, but a Latina woman did.
You're constantly trying to figure out a way how you can explain things to them. So that's just so you can have a conversation, which is not too bad amongst your friends. Even your ghetto brothers on the street, man, if it's a topic and you happen to be explaining something, he wants, he wants the information. He's just going to say, hey man, break it down to where I can understand it. And even they can actually get into the conversation. But a black woman will get mad at you. She'll think what you're saying and what you're talking about is boring. She'll think what you're saying about Deutsche Bank or Brexit or
holy shit,
the Hillary Clinton emails is boring because it's not the Housewives of Atlanta. It's not loving.
Why in the hell are you talking to black women about Brexit? Okay. We got to be careful not to blame black women for lack of social skills that would apply to any woman. Because really, that's not really dating talking points. That's not really dating talking points. Like, especially if the person is expressing that they're not feeling that. That's not really on them. You let the conversation dwell into Brexit and you're mad at her for not really being interested in it like that. I wouldn't be. That's not really her. That's not really on her for not having that particular interest. I mean, don't get me wrong. People, nerds or otherwise, are going to have interests that the women that they're courting are interested in aren't going to have. This goes the same for any dude. Like the white dude that just so happens to be that dude that takes his shirt off on a Raiders game and write letters on it with his other friends in the black hole when they had it. He don't bring that up on a date because chances are she's not interested, unless she just so happens to do the same thing, but or at least appreciate she's a Raiders fan as well. But there's aspects of you when you're a dynamic human being, there's aspects of you that's not necessarily shared with that particular person. You do share things that would be aspects of yourself that would be interesting to that person. And if there aren't any, then you two just aren't compatible. So somebody said something here, and I'm gonna read this and give my 2 cents on this. Jazz Tech says, what are you talking about? How many black males, okay, from the hood go to Harvard? Not many. You keep going into extremes and something based in Hollywood fiction. That's because I was using that as an example. I was using Hollywood fiction as an example. As opposed to what? Like, what reality would I be able to share that everybody here would relate to? I already said that in my experience that that I've seen this pattern of behaviors. Now I was pointing out where you may have seen this pattern of behavior play out. And of course, it's an extreme, but this goes for any university. Like what I said is true for any university. She is an adult woman that is mathematically functioning on a 14-year-old level. No matter where he goes, it's going to be problematic. Even if he was going to Howard as opposed to Harvard, that would still be the case. So, yeah. but you said something, so you'll always have that. All right. By the way, that guy and his girlfriend hasn't been on social media in a while. Some people probably told them to get off. Yeah, makes sense. A cat told us young black men in the 1980s why black athletes, even then, more likely wind up with white women. These white women invest in black men college. Even if they don't go to the pros, white women hook black men up with cars. Yeah, so they do a lot. They do a lot. And that's because they're willing to invest. And the reason is because black women avoid the scenario of being left for a white woman at all costs. So they don't want to make an initial investment that could end with them being left for a white woman. For whatever reason, that's something that burns their soul. So yeah, that's why they don't make an investment as often as they should. Now, not to say that they don't, but collectively they don't make as strong as an investment. Hit the like button.
Hip hop. It's not Being Mary Jane or Empire. It's not How to Get Away with Murder. If you're not talking about her hair, her nails, her local problems that she has with work, or the latest song on the radio, it's boring. So even though you're in a relationship, basically you're alone. So you find yourself listening more than talking. So that's why you see it. That's why you're starting to see basically the leaving or the rebellion of the educated black man, the upper class black guy, or the squares. Even working class black men are leaving. I hear it all the time. I was just listening to the Bitter Truth show. They think you.
Okay, I'm going to stop this right here because there's a lot I got to get into on the show that I did when I went on his show yesterday. So I'm going to stop it right there. Let me just read this. It says, there's a bigger issue as to which you speak. The issue is actually how black women would rather meet a black man at the finish line as opposed to helping him build. Okay. Just so you know, on my channel, I determine the scope of the issue. Now, what you say is true about that there is an additional issue. Absolutely. Absolutely. There is additional issue of black women attempting to meet black men at the finish line. Absolutely. However, which one I choose to speak of and the importance and severity is determined by me and me alone. All right. That being said, let me go into my attempt to actually, raise this issue on BGS's channel. So I didn't see the whole show. It's a 7-hour thing. It was 7 hours long. Yeah, that is a lot of time. And we're going to get into this.
Else, because you're not going to last for very long.
And if China were to invade the Philippines,
China can do damage to the Philippines with a week's worth of cruise missiles if they really wanted to. A week's, not a month, not a year, a week's. Okay. So that's why respectfully, I like to do it's bullshit. Okay. But you're 3 years behind where we were already. You just not coming to that conclusion. Okay. And the thing is, you still white. So you still believe that there's hope that white people can overcome this shit, even though they won't say it out loud. Okay, they know.
He white. He still think he got hope.
They still that's why I listen to the Duran and these kind of people, and I take them with a grain of salt, okay? Because I have to, because they won't go there.
A huge grain of salt.
And so for most of the basically Europe is, Europe is going to have to figure this shit out, because if they don't get on board, they're done. If they're not done already, because what they're dependent on as far as revenues and stuff like that, that shit's gone. Okay, and basically they're holding on to what's left, and that's not going to last for very long. Okay, unless they get their act together. Hopefully they do. They wake up, because nobody wants to see this shit. Okay.
Okay, salute to Theo. That was another reason why I decided to come up. But I'm gonna put the playback speed faster.
Anyhow,
I mean, I don't see how Europe can possibly recover. I mean, obviously, certain parts of Scandinavia has oil, but I don't see the resources contained within Western Europe to.
We share that oil fields with Britain, first of all. But yeah, we have to do it in a working process.
Was 500 or 600 million people in Western Europe?
Somewhere around about that.
Where do they get their food from?
Russia. Russia, the wheat and everything.
The good stuff from South America, Africa, and basically Eastern Europe.
Okay. And Asia.
And Asia, okay. What if they're cut off?
Yeah, I don't see how they. I don't see how you have a modern society in Europe.
They fucking fought a fucking war over cocoa. Okay.
Black pill for now. You suspended from black pill for a week.
For a week. And so, wow, I'm answering questions. Okay.
Well, use the soundbite. We'll do the soundbite by Snowman.
I guess there's a brain drain from Europe to North America, so more pink toes for you guys out there. Not really. Okay. Not really. There's not enough of them. Most of the brain drain is coming from Asia.
Asia, yeah. I mean, most of your IT are coming from where?
India. That's what they paid in the 90s because of the Y2K problem.
Especially from the IT universities, it's mainly centered around Bangalore in Eastern India. I know because I know some people went to college.
It was okay. I'll forget it.
No. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Forget it. Okay, you know more than me. Forget it.
No. I didn't mean to be disrespectful like that. My apologies, sir. Sometimes let me get my foot out my mouth, sir. As you were saying.
I'm saying that the shit was paid for by. Remember the Y2K problem? If you're old enough.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Most of the American programmers did not know that shit, except for the old guys, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't want to rejigger the whole American educational system, actually teach these kids for legacy programming. So they outsourced all that shit to where? To India. Okay. All the call centers, trained them there. Okay. H-1B visas. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So as you can see at this point, I'm there, and I was there like, okay, it doesn't seem like they're going to really get into the subject that I came up on. As it says there, it's a panel. It's a dusty panel, I guess. So I'm like, okay, let's see if this ever goes into a conversation that I could latch on to or care about more so than Indian immigrants or who trained them for Y2K, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because I really don't.
They say it costs $1 million to train an IT programmer or an engineer here in the United States, right? It costs $20,000 there. It's cheap.
Okay, so here I'm gonna let it buffer, but if y'all couldn't hear it, Andre 420, says something, and BGS immediately got into defensive mode. I want y'all to hear how his interaction with this Andre person is. And I want y'all to keep in mind what was said on the last video when he talks about how he was treated, and how it induced stuttering, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I want y'all to pay close attention to what's going on here. Black nerds must feel so special these days to have everybody talking about them. Not really. Not really. One, because the need for attention really isn't there like that. As far as Black nerds go. So, and two, I didn't know people was really talking about us like that. Somebody said something interesting. It says BGS is very defensive of any participation that doesn't worship his own. Excuse me, any perception that doesn't worship his own. Absolutely. I did notice that. That's why, though I've been in this space for a significant amount of time, I don't spend too much time, if any, over there. The last video that I showed you prompted my appearance on this video.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Like, so BGS, I hopped up. Like, I'm actually going to confirm what you were talking about, because you've been saying this for a while when you were talking about like the feminism in Africa. I'm actually starting.
What I notice is buffering again, so I'm gonna do this. But what I notice also is that when he goes into this mode that he often does with me, that's not him listening. That's him really just interrupting you passively, or giving slight interruptions while you're talking. And in addition to that, showing that, belittling what you're saying and showing that he's sparsely paying attention.
I don't want to say results, but pretty much that. Because
and not just BGS. When people in general do that, that's really just them waiting for their turn to talk. They're showing an inability to sit quietly and listen. So they're talking even while you're talking, and they're talking even while not saying anything.
I have spoken to people from Africa, like in Africa, outside Africa, but like Africans in general, and like they have told me. But
it's not in mostly what's up. Dr. Marifa just talked about it in Kenya. Okay.
Boo.
Okay. Y'all funny in the chat room. So yeah, he just kind of like probed and, oh, wait a minute, he made an assertion, and that assertion was it's mostly in West Africa. Now, it can't be proven one way or another. Quite frankly, I don't care, because his thesis point was that feminist culture is infiltrating West Africa. Whether it's mostly or not isn't very relevant, but I understand if you want to do it for the sake of clarity. At this point, it's difficult to tell whether he's doing it for the sake of clarity or a need to be right. He just seen an opportunity to be right about something, and he took it. Nevertheless, it's a distraction from his core point.
South Africa is probably the worst, okay, because they have white folks, okay. That's where it started. Any place where there's development, that's where feminism is probably the worst. It's probably Kenya actually had to retract some laws, maybe a few months ago. Okay, some feminist laws.
So it's probably in West Africa less, because you have countries like Mauritania, Niger. Yeah, you have countries like Burkina Faso, and stuff like that.
Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, all that kind of stuff. They don't have that.
So the main country that he mentioned was Nigeria.
Yeah, because Nigerians have a big transfer of women coming from what they're actually educated and trained where?
Western Europe as well as North America.
In North America, that's where you see it. The thing is, guess what? This shit don't rock in Nigeria. They don't play that shit in Nigeria. Okay.
No, they don't. Absolutely no. They do not play that at all. No.
Now they talk complain about them getting brand new when they get into the Western countries, but they don't play that shit in Nigeria. At least not yet. Kenya is probably more liberal than Nigeria.
Just to finish off what I was saying, it's like also because I was telling Ed the other day. Well, I believe I told you as well. Is that because I do listen to like people talking.
Get to your point. Okay, we don't need to talk about who you listen to.
Whoa, that was just like randomly disrespectful. That was just on some. I'm gonna interrupt you and say, get to your point. We don't need to hear about who you was talking. Like, dang, he was like 15 seconds in, and so he didn't get to finish his last point before y'all interrupted and created a side conversation about which region of Africa is more feminist, Kenya or East, West, or South? And then he's like, okay, so, you know, back to my point. And then now you're just like, hey, get to your point. Okay. I know y'all seem like I'm being petty and picking apart, but this grows into something. This is growing into something. His interaction with this interaction with himself and this Andre character.
All right. So my point is that listening to like Africans talking, like I have listened to like this one chick. I believe she was African. And she said she went to Howard, right?
And
Americanized. And remember how you said that like black women are paying people to just like talk shit about
I mean, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Usual Business said it, you know, on my stream. Go ahead.
Okay, so all right. So I heard that, and it's like this chick is like talking to people like in the UK, and she was slandering the hell out of black men. I was like, this is crazy. It's like,
well, she's trained in the West. When did she come to the United States?
I have no idea when she came to the.
You need to find out. Her history matters. If she's been westernized, she's westernized. She's no longer.
Well, I don't really know how much it matters to his core statement, to his core thesis. And what he's just trying to say is that this Western mentality is being spread to Africa. You know, they're taking it to other places. Whether it comes from, you know, who's taking it may not be as relevant as possible, but okay. I was there and I was like, dang, they really just, you know, like constantly interrupting this guy, you know, whatever point he tries to make, they just blatantly try to invalidate it.
Traditional African. Go ahead.
Well, she's clearly
what did I just say? Well, she's westernized. She doesn't count. Okay.
Well, she said she went to Howard, right? So
if she went to Howard, she's westernized, and she doesn't count. She's not traditional. That's not what we're talking about. Okay, we're talking about on the ground people that have never been here, never been westernized. How the culture is changing slowly but surely because you're actually developing. That's what we're actually talking about. We're not talking about that. Okay. So I don't know if you understood that. She's been westernized. She's been westernized.
I thought it was open. My bad.
It's open, but the thing is, what I'm saying is, what you're saying is incorrect. That's not what we're talking about. Okay, that's not what we're actually saying.
What he's saying is incorrect, really? I mean, y'all talking about the westernization about African countries, and he's talking about a median of how they are becoming westernized. But your response is, she was raised here, so it don't matter. There was this push to belittle this dude for a long time.
If she's been westernized, that's a different story. Okay, you have tons of people that have been westernized that are here that are African. Okay, Issa Rae is one of those people, right? She's westernized. Okay, you never suspect that she's Senegalese, but you go to Senegal, they don't act like that. In fact, well, a lot of your Nigerian women will tell you they're actually trained here, born here. They will tell you when they go there, they have to get some act right.
They have to
because the Nigerian man will slap the shit out of them. Yeah.
Case in point, Rhoda.
Yeah,
no, I know Nigerian people here. They'll slap the shit out of them over here.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, imagine that's here. Okay, imagine when they go back home. Okay, here's the Mac right.
Oh,
they got some sense.
Ask your American women that marry a Nigerian man and go back over there. Get the Mac right. Okay.
What did O'Shea tell them? Bring your black man over here because
yeah.
They ain't gonna put up with you.
So it's a different thing. But the thing is, eventually, as they develop, it will start to change because feminism is not a cause; it's an effect. Even here.
That's exactly like the conversation I was listening to. It was like they were talking about like modernization and industrialization.
Where the hell did they get that from? It's just they just all of a sudden invented it out the top of their fucking head.
Well, they got it from the Manosphere, but they never want to say it.
Oh, they got it from me. Nobody talks about this shit except me.
The egos. This like throughout this whole thing, this guy speaks for like 5 to 10 seconds before he's interrupted.
Name has been talking about this shit for 7 years. Where do you think they got it from?
I know that's where they're getting this stuff from, but they never want to say it.
Well, I don't care where they things you know where they get it
Yeah,
from.
I know. That's why I've been trying to check them, but they don't like it.
Don't tell me not to check them.
Don't waste your time, man.
Hey, BGS, you know what's your crowning achievement that
What's that?
has made its way globally?
What, sign language?
The term gynocracy.
Oh, is it?
I ain't never heard so many white boys say gynocracy before. I'm like, God damn.
Oh, yeah. Roller should fight me on it all the time.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit resistant to the term gynocracy too, because it's it's not a common term. Damn, this shit.
Because the laws are turning the whole Western world into a gynocracy. Elite.
Like just watching like somebody speak and
real quick.
All right, so like they were challenging me on like Rolo.
See, his tone changed when he talks to this dude versus everybody else. It's like everybody else has already kissed the ring, and this dude hasn't bent the knee yet. So he's like, real quick, hurry up, get to the point.
When when just like the community and how.
So you want me to what you want me to coach you on, man? And let's get to it because that's what you want.
I didn't need any coaching.
Wow, like I'm telling you, like every time this dude talks for like 10 seconds, it's met with hostility, and it's gonna get worse and worse. The hostility that he has towards this guy, and I'm gonna explain my theory on why I believe that is in a moment. But while this buffers, I'm gonna respond to Yo Joe. He says, all women worth anything have been westernized. Okay. Bush women and village adults are worthless. Sounds like these cats just can't compete. Okay. How can I say this? Don't confuse the competition with the prize. I'm going to repeat that. Don't confuse the competition with the prize, because then you find yourself competing for crap that you shouldn't be working so hard for. But you're doing it for the sake of, I can compete on this level, for example. And this isn't a shot at you people from New York. But this is really just critiquing a phrase that probably originated in New York. And that is, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. But a person should really be asking themselves, what is the benefit for me for making it there? I don't want to go to a place where I'm probably not going to like, just for the sake of saying that I can make it here. No, I want my efforts to be rewarded. Now, back to the westernized women. Just because they require greater effort, that doesn't mean that they give greater reward. I'm going to repeat that. Just because they require greater effort, that doesn't mean that they give greater reward. A bush woman, I'll put it like this. I would take a bush woman who cooks clean and washes my feet and looks like Chloe Bailey over, and gets me a sandwich once I teach her how to make a sandwich, over a Rosie O'Donnell or a Roseanne Barr type chick who gives nothing but attitude and less latitude with minimal gratitude. But it would be more difficult for me to seduce Roseanne than it would be for me to seduce that bush woman. So the trophy is far greater with the bush woman. And the effort is a lot less. That's prudent to take that choice versus strong effort, low reward. Good bushes make good women. Yeah, wow. All right. Oh, wait a minute. It says, "Oh, I'm not confused. BGS a couple of years ago said he was an incel, then corrected it to vocel. He seems more interested in having men worship him than getting women. That's all. That's all." Well, I don't know if he's an incel or a vocel or anything. That's going to come up in this conversation, but that's not, and that really is not going to affect the quality of men. But the second part of what you said, where he says he seems more interested in having men worship him than getting women, that's all. Well, he does have an interest in having men worship him. And that's really the thesis of what we're going to talk about today and why that is and how it relates to his nerd past. So, yeah, we're definitely going to get into that. Okay, game changer. Come on, we're talking about good-looking women. Rosie O'Donnell. What I'm talking Western women who are pretty can cook in the same high effort, high reward. Absolutely, absolutely. Like if a woman is equally high reward here in the West, and yeah, all things equal, if the reward is the same and the only thing that differs is the effort, I would still go with lower effort. Like there is no better scenario than low effort, high reward. There isn't. And that's with anything in life. Like you want to know what's better than a brand new mansion? A brand new mansion that costs $100. Like, I mean, it just is what it is.
What's the issue? Okay.
I don't actually.
Yes, you do. Stop, man. I do this all the time. Stop. What do you want me to coach you on? Do you want to answer?
Well, maybe a better argument. Because
to what?
So basically, it was like the argument about like whether like a split for black men was necessary, or whether like we should have just stayed with just like the main MGTOWs and also like the main Manosphere. Just like there was never any reason for
this bullshit, because they couldn't control the motherfucking races over there in the goddamn white Manosphere. That's why. Okay, that's why the four of us split. That's why it had to split.
Okay, so this is when things started to get interesting. This is when my ears perked up, because I actually don't know enough of the history of the Manosphere to know why did it branch off from the greater white Manosphere. So I'm listening now, because BGS has been here for a while.
They can't control their right. Okay, hold on. Let me finish. You can jump in, okay? Me, 240, Black Ram, all split is because of fucking racism over there. That's why we split. Okay, real simple. Okay, even the old Mick. Is that simple enough for you?
That's simple enough. It's just that's the argument that I was making. Is it was necessary for the split.
Tell him from motherfucking OG to actually split.
Yeah, see, he's constantly interrupted in a hostile way.
Help cause the split, okay?
Well, I actually quoted you.
Now, also notice that dude is starting to stutter, and that's a result of being constantly interrupted. And I think that that's what BGS was referring to when he was like, nerd stutter or something like that. And so it seems like he's treating this Andre person like everybody treated BGS when he was younger. It's not that his vocabulary was just so much. It's just that people just interrupted him and, in a hostile way.
If they dispute it, send them over here to me. I'll tell them right up front, okay? Because it's actually the Missouri protest, right? Remember the football players had a protest, okay? And they're blaming this fucking white teacher actually out here fucking feminism. Racism. That's why it split.
I believe that was like in 13 or 14 that happened.
It was 15. It was actually 15. Yeah, 14. Yeah. That's why we split. Not that hard. Okay, that's exactly why we split, because they were coming after us because we said this is racism by the students and the folks in the town, and basically it's been people on the campus. That's why they're protesting. Some football players protest. It had nothing to do with feminism. The thing is, they went after us on that. Said, okay, it's time to go. That's why we said it's time to go. That's why we split. Is that the answer that you need?
Look in the back chat.
Is that the answer that you need? I don't have to look in the back chat.
Yeah, that's the answer.
That's why we split, okay, in a heartbeat. That's the same way the black the white manosphere went after the black manosphere is because of what happened with Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit, okay? That same event. That's how come they got pissed, okay?
It was a major split.
Major split. But it's not that hard. Anyway, now Uwe, go ahead, man. I didn't want to mean to.
Well, the question. There's always one thing that no one ever like blatantly talks about whenever there's any discussion about black men aligning with white men, and that is their complete and utter fear of the black phallus. No.
Okay, now the conversation is about to get weird. Now the conversation is about to get really weird. Now he's about to talk about white men's worship of the black penis. So I'm quiet through this whole thing. We're like 15 minutes in from when I came in, and I'm like, okay.
No one ever talks about that, but we all know that is the center of the perpetual inability of there to be any sort of significant diplomatic relations between black men.
Now, once you bent the knee, notice how he's not doing a with Black Uru. Black Uru has bent the knee probably a decade ago. So there's really no need at this point to do the where you're just like waiting for, you're just waiting to go against what he says. He's actually listening.
And white men. But nobody ever mentions it.
Yeah,
we pretend it don't exist.
Yeah. Even on the international forum, with I love the Duran, I love all these other folks talking about all these people. They will not mention white supremacy about this, even though they know. Okay, but
they know it.
I don't expect them to. Okay,
they know it. But what criminal ever wants to be brought up on his own charges?
True. For what Black Rule just said, like a great example is like BGS covered this months ago. When he was talking about like the Chinese historian dude that was talking about like all his BBC videos, like
yeah,
sure, yeah.
And the thing is, when we came over, we didn't go in on white people and races. That wasn't productive, right? Okay, we stuck to helping black men. Okay, we cannot help black men over there in a white manosphere. We couldn't. Okay, in my opinion. Now, maybe you guys have a different thing, right? They went after Coach Greg Adams for the same shit. Okay.
Well,
we don't talk about black people for the most part.
Well, BGS, my understanding is that black men like wanted to help just men in general, but realized that they don't care about black men at all. So it's like, yeah, it was
this is a racial caste system.
Yes.
How do white men feel good about themselves, and when black men want to eradicate a racial caste system?
The thing is, okay, the ADOS community has very unique problems.
Okay. This drones on for a bit, so I'm gonna get to the part where I say something and then
problems. Okay. Fuck you don't. Okay.
Because the problems of black men highlight the inherent.
So basically, you have to separate yourself, right? Okay.
Exactly.
And we have very motherfucker. I'm not talking to you. Okay. That's why I tell white guy.
Channel the other day. I'm not gonna name his name, but like
name his name.
That was Hammerhand that came over to you.
Oh, they talk to me. I talk to them behind the scenes, man. All MGTOW monks, they know what it is.
Yeah, he's a MGTOW monk. Yeah, I was
the white manosphere. Okay, they know. They talk to me. I talk to them behind the scenes, man. All MGTOW monks, they know what it is.
Yeah, he's a MGTOW monk. Yeah, I respect him on
that. Yeah, I'm a MGTOW monk. Okay, I know them. What they know the problem is. They know why we had to leave. That's like we never said anything. And in fact, they said we have to stop the white guys from attacking the Ibmores. What do you say all the time? Okay, way back when.
Does MGTOW monk mean that you abstain from sex?
Yes, that's what it means.
You abstain from relationships with women. You can have.
Okay, so right here is the first time I speak, and what's going on in the conversation is they're talking about MGTOW monks and their interaction with the white manosphere, who are MGTOW monks, and the black, and him, who's also a MGTOW monk. I'm not, especially at this time, and I'm still not entirely not clear on the definition of MGTOW monk. So naturally, what anybody does is inquire, like, so what's a MGTOW monk? But watch the reaction here when I say that. Does MGTOW monk mean that you abstain from sex?
Yes, that's what it means.
You abstain.
So somebody said, I think it was Andre said, yes, you abstain from sex.
From relationships with women. You can have sex if you want to.
Okay. And then I said, okay. Like the question was asked and answered. And then it starts to get different.
You can have sex if you want. It can be transactional. It can be all kind of things. You're not getting into a relationship.
You can have as much sex as you like. Just don't be in a relationship.
Young Grizzly is the MGTOW monk. He still has sex. Okay?
All right, got it. Thanks.
That it?
Yeah. So I asked a question and I left it there. I mean, yeah, I'm like, okay, that's what that means. So his definition of MGTOW monk, which is the only definition I really have for it, because I hear the term thrown out, but I don't really know how it pertains, to what extent MGTOW monks. I know what MGTOW is, of course, but like MGTOW monk is obviously a more extreme portion of it, and just the title alone would assume that they're sexless because monks are sexless. So I inquired, and when he gave the answer, I'm like, okay, that's what that means. You're a monk against relationships, not a monk against sex. Now, his definition of MGTOW monk is the definition of MGTOW as I have come to understand it, where these guys, because I mean, I guess then, and I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole, my question would be, what's the definition of MGTOW? Because I thought that there were the ones who didn't have relationships but still have sex with women. But maybe the definition of MGTOW is someone who can have relationships with women, but they don't get married to them. Who knows? So yeah. But this is my first thing step into the conversation. Let's see where this goes.
Maybe you should know this shit already, man. If you studied it, you should already know this. Okay?
Why would I study that? Why would I study that? Other than understanding what the acronym is, I know very little of it. But you see the hostility, right? Like, you should know this if you study it. You should know anything if you study it. Why would I study it? It says monk in the greater manosphere means no sex. MGTOW means no relationships. Yeah. And so people have different definitions of it. Tony's definition, and the one he says the greater manosphere has, makes more sense with the definition, like, because monks don't have sex. So I would assume that a MGTOW monk is a person that doesn't have sex. And that's it. Like, and notice on my channel, those of you who rock with me, hit that like button. Those of you who don't, hit that subscribe button. Or if this is your first time, hit that subscribe button. But that's not a big deal. On this channel, I don't really rank guys on how much sex they have or if they have it or not. That's never been an issue with me. Like, you don't catch me on this channel making fun of incels or sexless guys or guys who are in a drought or anything like that, because I've been in droughts. So that's not what I do, but that's what he's assuming that I do. And that's what he thought that I was angling towards. So now here's the hostility out of nowhere. You should know that if you study it. Oh, crap. I'm like, okay. Your Honor, can I treat this as a hostile witness? Okay, let's see where this is going.
How y'all in the space this goddamn long don't know the history and the basis of these terms? Okay, I don't get it.
I don't give a shit about it.
Okay, well then why? Okay, well then why are you curious about MGTOW monks then? I don't get it.
Well, it came up in this conversation.
So why?
To understand the conversation that I'm currently in, I want a definition of the words that you're using. Why is that such a big deal to this dude?
Are you curious about it if you don't give a shit about it?
Okay, I didn't give a shit about it enough to research it, but since it's on the table in the conversation and I don't have to actually do anything, but ask you, I'm going to ask.
Okay. Pedestrian.
What if he had said?
Then I was called a pedestrian. So I don't have a car. I guess. Okay.
That it means that you don't have sex. So how would that inform or influence your opinion?
Because that actually solidify his belief of what he thinks about MGTOW monks.
Yeah, like he seems.
Well, you asked me the question, so I'm going to say then I want to know what the definition is. Just like now, this is Andre, the guy that BGS was being hostile towards, who's now being hostile towards me. You asked the question. Actually, no. Black Uru just asked me a question. And that question was the hypothetical situation of what if he had said that it means no sex? Like I know what it is now.
You asked the question, bro.
I know.
No, I please I mean, okay. So a brother says I'm gonna abstain from sex. That's what it means to be a MGTOW monk. So what? What do we do with that?
Then I know the definition of MGTOW monk now.
That's not the only thing. But go ahead.
Okay, so but how does that influence or inform your view of it?
Or does it at all? What the definition is?
No, don't let it go. Let it go. He's not going to answer.
Yeah, I know.
I am answering the question. This is really, really weird. This is really, 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 really weird. So, what if he had said that it means a person is sexless? Then I know the definition of the word that he used. And now the sentences that he was using that word makes more sense to me. Yeah, but why did you ask the question? So I can know the definition. But what if you answered it? What if he answered it this way? What if he gave this definition of the question? Then I'll have that definition of the question. This is so it starts to get weird here. And I started typing in the chat room like, okay, I'm not going to ask any questions again. Let's see where this goes.
I know. I just want to see how far.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Yo, bro. The definition doesn't matter. Just get to the point of what you're.
Let it go. Let it go. I mean, if you're really curious about it, there's a whole definition of it from MGTOWs. Okay.
Yeah, but why actually look for the definition of MGTOW monk. You know, nothing came up, and y'all can try it too. Hold on. MGTOW monk definition. I'll show you what comes up, or I'll tell you what comes up. It gives the definition of MGTOW. It says men going their own way is an anti-feminist, misogynistic, mostly online community that espouses males separate, but it doesn't say monk. And then when I go to the Wikipedia page with the definition of MGTOW on it, and then I do a word search for the word monk, nothing comes up. So actually, there isn't like a direct definition for MGTOW monk. It's pretty much up in the air. And it's for the monks themselves to determine a definition. So there you go. And this is an experiment y'all could do too, by the way. I mean, you are MGTOW, so now I have it.
Thank you. Okay. Move on.
Because yeah,
move
because
on.
I
Move
actually recently just,
on. Move on. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, because you're gonna irritate me. Move on.
Wow, that's gonna irritate you.
Go ahead. Who's next?
How about like this inauguration? How's that going?
How's it going? I don't know. I mean, I could care less about fucking inaugurations.
I got to do
Can I finish? Is it okay? I don't know. Let me ask you guys. What is it about me that when I get in mid sentence, y'all have to jump in?
Well,
holy crap!
I'm just curious about it.
Well, BGS, you are a polarizing figure, so.
I mean, Art knows this. Ur can hear it, right? Okay. I get 5 words in, and people want to jump in and finish my sentence. Okay. What is that? It's at some point it gets irritating, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me finish the goddamn sentence at least. Let me get to the period at least. Okay. I don't want to go on 5 minutes. Let me at least get to the period. All right.
He doesn't realize that he's doing that to others. And he also doesn't realize that they're not really doing it to him like that. What he is doing is he's regressing to childhood when they did that to him a lot.
I don't give a shit about the inauguration. Basically, if you really want to know what's going on, listen to the confirmation hearings. Okay. Way more important than inauguration. Yeah. Go listen to Hexess. Go listen to what's his name? Bondi. Go listen to what's the other guy's name? Listen to the confirmation hearings. They're giving you way more information about what
I have to give Pam.
Okay. By the way, it's not over. You think that the topic just shifted and they're not going to come back to the innocent question that I had?
By her credit, she's sharp.
Okay, that's going to tell you way more about the administration than inauguration. So why is the inauguration so important? That's just a celebration for the most part.
But BGS, like I think like an important thing that needs to be told to men, because like they never seem to understand this. Like just saying that like you're a MGTOW monk doesn't mean that you can't have sex.
Told you. That wasn't over. That it wasn't over. It was an innocent question by me. When he asked it, I was like, okay, got it. And it was meant to move on to the greater conversation, because they moved past the conversation of black and white MGTOW, and they moved towards somebody who just asked a question about the definition.
Yeah, I know.
They seem to believe this, and I'm not sure why they believe this.
I don't know where.
That's why
I don't know where that idea even came from. Okay,
let them believe it.
Okay, but if some guy for whatever reason decides not to have sex, so what?
What I'm saying is that question, like Uru said, that question came.
Told you, they're back on the question. This is extraordinarily unsecure behavior. This is extraordinarily unsecure behavior. They're talking about this a lot more than I am. I'm only really talking when somebody's asking me questions directly. That is, yeah. Yeah, that is like, okay, nobody is questioning your sex life or anything. I'm wanting to know the definition of MGTOW monk. Now everybody is in and against this. This is wild.
Came from somewhere. Okay.
Yeah. That's why I was trying to get an earnest answer. What's the motivation behind that particular question? Of all the questions you can ask, you're concerned about what some guy's doing with his legs. That's a from where I come from, that's an interesting approach to take from a supposedly straight male.
So where I come from is just a question.
Well, no,
okay, now he questions my sexuality, which is what black women do. Just saying. Like that's one of their first go-tos, and one of Master Roshi's Goku's. Like that's one of the first things that they do is question their sexuality. You gay? Like, okay. I'm gay for asking the definition of MGTOW monk. A guy who's abstaining from sex or possibly abstaining from sex. How does that translate into homosexualness?
The thing that okay.
All right. Yo Joe said something I'm gonna respond to. He says, these guys are incels. And though that's not wrong, but they don't want to be incels. And well, yeah, by definition of the word involuntary. And they lack communication skills to even get a chick's name. Look at him calling folk gray. Folks, oh yeah, folks gay. Yeah, I got you. Well, they're obviously triggered by the insinuation of it from an outsider, which I would say a person like that is an incel when a person gets triggered that much at an innocent question about it. Okay, so somebody here hates it when I use movie references, but that's them. I'm going to do that anyway. On Star Wars Episode 1, Padme went to Tatooine and she met young Anakin. And she, coming from a place that don't have slavery, just straight up said to Anakin, "Are you a slave?" And he was like, "I'm a person and my name is Anakin." Now, she's like, "I'm sorry, this place is very strange to me." But, you know, he was triggered. He's like, "Listen, I'm a person. It's rude to say that." Like, and it wasn't a big deal after that. But the truth of the matter was he was a slave, and the reason why he reacted that way was because he was a slave. So I'm not going to flesh out that analogy as it pertains to incel, but the reaction that I'm getting is very similar to Anakin's reaction.
Questions don't come from nowhere, okay?
Yeah.
And that particular question comes from a mindset or information that you got from someplace else, okay?
So my understanding of like
the purpose of the question is to seek information. So if I did get misinformation from somewhere else, I now have clarity.
Thank you. That's what he's asking. Where'd it come from?
No, I'm thanking you for that.
No,
that's my point.
Dude, what I'm saying is we get this fucking question all the goddamn time, okay?
Okay. I see that you do. Okay. People come up and ask you that all the time. I don't watch your show, so I don't know. But apparently people come up and ask you, what's the definition of MGTOW monk? As they would, whenever you use a word that's not in people's lexicon, they're going to ask you what that word means. Let's go back to The Wire. When dude said distribute, you know, he's going to distribute the candy or whatever. You know, they like, what that mean? He said it means give out. Like, well, just say that. You know, like when you use a word and people don't know what it means entirely, they are going to ask you what it means. And he's like, y'all ask me that all the time because they don't know what it means. Google don't know what it means.
Then that's the information that's going around about MGTOW and monks and all this kind of shit, man. That's why he asked you. That's why I answered the question. We wanted to move on. It will get other shit started, okay?
I don't want to start anything. I just want to.
I answered your question. I'm talking to Uru. That's people are never going to admit
my question. But go ahead.
People will never admit where this the seed of the question actually came from. So that's what. So forget it. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah.
Let it
No,
go.
I know. I just wanted to see if he would be.
This has been going on for a while now. They're still talking about this. This was an innocent question. This is insane. At this point, I'm thinking like these dudes are insane.
Honest, but
No,
So-
it's okay. It's okay.
So, like, I
Okay.
actually talked.
I don't even want to talk about it anymore because it's going too far, right? And I don't.
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah, just to quickly settle this, like, I actually talked to a lot of MGTOW monks, and think that you're dumb as hell. I'm not sure.
He thinks that. This nigga's getting on my nerves now. Okay, so and I just put this together. I didn't realize this when I was on the show, but he was the one. So when I first asked the question, does MGTOW monk mean that you're abstaining from sex? He was the one that said yes, it does. Now he's saying that if you think that it does, you're an idiot. He's an idiot. And his idiocracy is really going to manifest itself on later and throughout the conversation when you ask yourself, why is he putting up with BGS's shit like this?
Sure what to tell you, but it just means that how hard is that to understand?
Because there's propaganda that goes around about MGTOW and MGTOW monks and stuff like that, and me mentioning it in the first place. Okay, so I ain't like telling people because people don't know what the fuck it is. They didn't research it. They want me to clear up something that they believe.
I just researched it. Google has nothing on. It has something. It has a lot on MGTOWs. It has nothing on monk. Like if you go to like dictionary.com or when you search it in Google, it says what does MGTOW mean, and then it says missing monk. So yeah. Somebody says, I never realized he was this fiercely insecure. You think? Imagine how I felt yesterday. I was like, whoa. All right, calm down. Like, imagine if this was another question. Imagine if this was another question. Like, if somebody said, I have HIV. And then somebody was like, is that like AIDS? And then if they gave that strong of a reaction, I would assume that they had AIDS. I really would. Like,
believe in, right? Because we've been passed around like that, mostly from women. Okay, that's why I want to talk about it.
It's a kind of setup for a got you tool for dick policing and for manipulation of your motivations because they know men are sexually motivated. So then if I get you on this, you're supposed to be wearing a male version of a chastity belt or whatever, I can continually attack your integrity and your
I don't believe a man's integrity is in his. So the funny thing is, damn it. Oh, hold up. The funny thing is that you all know me. So, first of all, you know me well enough to know how I do. I always hit that that mute button. Hold on. When I'm live, and just let it ring so they don't know that I hit the, forward call. All right. Anyway, where was I? Let's see. Lost my train of thought. Oh, okay, yeah. But basically, it's just a sign of insecurity. It's strong signs of insecurity.
Virtue based on that issue. It's a very disingenuous, man. It's a very.
Oh no, that's what I was saying. I was saying that people who know me know that I'm not about that. I'm not about ranking dudes based on how much pussy they get. That's not something I'm about. That's not something I'm ever about. That's not something that I was going to start being about last night. So he got that all wrong, but that's what happens when you're highly defensive. He's basically like he was trying to get me to be like, oh no, I want to find out if this guy is an incel or a volcel or something like that. Which, you know, if you are a volcel, which somebody said that you were, then you are abstaining from sex. Maybe that's not the definition of MGTOW monk, then, but you are abstaining from sex. So you're voluntarily celibate. I just want to know the definition, dudes.
Very disingenuous issue.
Yeah, and basically, you know what I say? Used to say Urkel. Okay, people used to challenge me all the time. Okay, I said I could be a homeless man pushing a fucking shopping cart. Either the information I spread is accurate or not.
Yeah,
and you can choose to do what you will. It doesn't matter. Okay, is the stuff I put out accurate or not? Whether I'm homeless, whether I'm a virgin, or no matter what I am, right? Is what I put out accurate or not?
But see, we know this. We
asking a question is gauging the accuracy. Like it's like, okay, and it's really so I can have an accurate understanding of what you're saying. It's really, I shouldn't even say gauging the accuracy, because it's so I can have an accurate understanding of what you're saying. The accuracy of what you're saying really doesn't have anything to do with it. He wants you to kiss his ring like the one loser who said, sorry, putting my foot in my mouth. You didn't do that. So I didn't even do it. I didn't even say anything. This all stems from the question, like, you know, is MGTOW monk means you're sexless, like as the definition of monk implies.
We know we're black men, and we know our dicks are supposed to be policed.
Yes.
So then if we God forbid we say anything about being virgins or being sexless or whatever, there is myriad content that can be generated surrounding our how we use our dicks.
Yeah.
A great point that I want to make is like, why did Hammerhand even come to your chat the other day?
Because a MGTOW monk just like he is.
This is what I've been saying. It's like the white manosphere been like they rely on black people. They've been doing this for forever. And it's never gonna stop. And it's like, why are we not talking about this?
Okay, so Theo, who you see right here, is about to leave, and I wanted to talk to him. So he types in the private chat that, you know, he's about to go to another panel. So I sent him an email like, hey, what panel are you going to? Because I wanted to leave too. Like after this, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna leave. And I was actually waiting for Theo's response before I did. What's going on, Melody?
I mean,
dude, what else is new? Who did they get their music from? I mean, what else is new about America?
Well, I mean, they don't promote me, but the thing is, I mean, that's where I started. That's where I started the Manosphere.
Because I actually like Hammerhand. I actually like Hammerhand, but I was surprised to see him on your channel. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, well, you're surprised, but I'm not, because I'm a MGTOW monk just like he is. Okay. And Hammerhand's been around. There's a bunch of others that have been around, okay, including Snowman, including Darius MGTOW, CG I didn't know very well, okay. Me and Black Ram were MGTOWs over there for a long time, right? Okay, Proteus, my boy died, okay. He was a MGTOW for a long time. Okay. What's his name? Thinking Ape can't stand my ass. Okay.
Man, that Paul Proteus was a deep brother, man. Rest in peace.
Oh yeah.
That's my Canadian brother.
That's why I became a MGTOW, because of Paul Proteus.
Yeah, he was deep. That's my Canadian brother, Africa, of course.
Yeah. I'm sad that he died. Yes, sir.
Speaking of MGTOWs, what about Barbarossa?
Barbar became an engineer, and so his passion to get promoted. So,
and he has talked about like how the engineering thing is like, you know, he followed his father's footsteps.
Okay, so let me shout out Sweet Melody Media. Y'all go check out her channel. I'm on there from time to time. We do a show together called Checkmate from time to time. So somebody else asked, how did this become a race thing? Rely on Black men. Well, it's naturally a race thing because that's what the topic was before I just asked what a MGTOW monk is, and it got derailed. So way before that, it was a race thing.
And I think Barbar still has the same girlfriend he's had for years. You know, he's never married. Yes.
Well, that's actually a good thing, because like that's what was said about MGTOWs is like the reason why they disappear is like either, you know, pretty much like they figured out stuff in their lives and never had a reason to talk anymore, but they got their point across. Like
being a MGTOW, being in the Manosphere, okay, unless you are close to the purple pill, right? It's bad for your reputation, bad for your professional career, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why he dropped out.
Yeah.
That's why I come with the academics, we separate them, okay? Like Dr. Johnson and Dr. Neal. Dr. Neal got called to the carpet about this shit, okay?
Ooh.
So basically, that's why we're really protective of like people like Dr. Thunder, Dr. Dunbar, right? About not really letting shit go too far left. We sanitize this chat, okay? Because
seeing a Dr. T stream, a random Dr. T stream, and I have seen that Thinking Ape, you know, like actually donated to the channel,
okay,
to Dr. T, you know, because like that shows that like these so-called like people that are supposed to be better than us are watching our content.
Oh wait,
I'll tell you this.
That shows him, and I have seen that Thinking Ape, you know, like actually donated to the channel,
okay,
to Dr. T, you know, because like that shows that like these so-called like people that are supposed to be better than us are watching our content.
Okay, so right there is this whole nerd thing personified in the insecurities, because what they're doing is they're treating others the way they claim society treated them when they were younger. And this is case in point. Like, you know, oh, those people who are so-called better than us, isn't that what you complain about how they were treating you when you were younger? And I know he didn't say it in particular, BGS did, but I'm saying like you're not eliminating that. You're treating others how they treated you, the worst way. For example, right, Melody, Sweet Melody Media tells a story about how she was bullied for being prettier than the average Jersey girl. And she would be a hypocrite if she was to grow into a woman who now bullies others. So yes, I mean, you are othering groups of people the way that you complain that they othered you. These so-called betters, it's like, okay.
I'll tell you this, man. My third video is MGTOW Sandman Stole. Okay, third one, not the first, not the second, but the third, not the old stuff. Yeah, it is what it is. That's why I don't get upset about it. Okay.
So Little Richard never got paid until the end.
Who's that?
No, I was making a Little Richard reference.
Oh yeah.
I used to say I never got paid. Never got paid.
It's too easy to do that shit. Go ahead.
How many people try to call your job about something? I had a person listen to try to say, what if I told
breaking up a little bit, Charles. So.
What if I the way you work, how do you talk?
Was a woman associate that's having the same issue. Okay, that's what.
Well, like the point that I'm trying to make is like talk like wherever he's from. I'm not sure what city he's from.
Western civilization.
And she's westernized. Okay, she's westernized. And they okay. This is something Dr. Reefer said, and he only practices without understanding the.
Okay, it's gonna be a while before. like at this point, I was really like
Black American sitcoms and TV shows,
Mhm.
and her whole.
When you look at Mark Andrews has one of the trusted hands in NFL history right now. Is it?
You don't have it in your favorites?
Well, mute yourself till you find this shit, man. We'll carry on. Okay.
So yeah, this is the part I wanted to get at, because this is more.
I'm looking it up right now.
See,
Is he
this
talking
is
about
this
No,
is
you're
the
not talking about
hypocrisy that I'm talking about. And
Educated Nigerian chick,
of the
same bullshit that
insecurity
you
of
went
black
after. What is it about you?
that we have to discuss here? You know, a lot of guys.
He just wants you to see that bitch.
Like,
I'll link it in the chat.
hold on. Apparently, and I noticed this in the space, guys who were treated poorly, like BGS, and not really letting it go. For one, there's this need to show their intellectual prowess to others. Like, you know, like I want to be the smartest person in the room, and I want everybody to call me master teacher and kiss the ring. You know, there's that one. So anytime I feel challenged in any way, even if it comes from a person who's not challenging me, they're just having a conversation, I'm going to attempt to break that person down. I'm going to attempt to, you know, intellectually dominate that person. So I noticed this in more than one place. I know that I'm not going to name names right now, but I noticed this with other people in this space. It's really sickening and obnoxious, and you're giving justification for the way people treated you when you were younger, to be perfectly honest with you. Now, and I skipped past it, but I'm going to get into it now. Now we're going to see how he treats people when given the opportunity, and how eerily similar it is to how in the previous video he claimed that others treated him.
He's on some different type of weed.
All right, so like I'd like to pull this up because, like, you know, sometimes I say some.
Shut the fuck up and pull the goddamn video up, nigga.
Everybody's over talking him. He's talking about a video that he's getting, and he said, "Shut the fuck up and pull up the video, nigga." So now you have a group of people who were treated poorly, treating someone poorly. Now, keep in mind, this guy, though he says and does things that I don't agree with, he is respectful to BGS. And nothing he has done to BGS has warranted this disrespect.
Damn, like you pulling up shit like
We do not need a precursor, goddamn. Just pull it up.
What is it about Canadians that talk, man, that do word salad, man? God damn.
He's on some different type of weed. Bro.
All right,
He's
so
on
like I'd like to pull this up because, like, you know, sometimes I say some.
Shut the fuck up and pull the goddamn video up, nigga.
That's not the end of it.
Goddamn Yardy.
He got the shout out now.
Goddamn Yardy, man. Okay. Ratted.
God's on my side.
And now he's making ethnic slurs.
Ratted. Pull the blood clot video up, man.
Oh man.
Ratted.
Buena, bring
All right, so
buena pussy,
Put the fucking link in the chat, man, or something. Because it's the third time you brought this bitch up, man.
He just wants you to see that bitch.
Well, I want to see what she's talking about.
I'm gonna pull it up. Like, y'all gonna.
Yesterday was talking the same bullshit that you went after. What is it about you and Nigerian chicks that you got that gets your dick hard about them? What's up with them, man?
You gotta beat it.
Okay. In the chat room, and I'll see if I can pull it up. Chaos Reign, of all people, who also stutters, who also in the past tried to make fun of me for being a nerd, which didn't really end well for him. But nevertheless, at this time in the chat room, Chaos Rain said, what did he say? He said, this dude gets hard for Nigerian women, but he said it like it was a bad thing. Like this dude gets hard for Nigerian women. They're women. You're supposed to fucking get hard. That's kind of like what dicks do. What the fuck was that? Like, ha 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 ha, he got a hard dick. Okay. You're actually making fun of somebody for getting an erection for a female. This is getting weird. I gotta say, and BGS was doing it too. Like, this is getting weird. And the proof is right here. Hold on.
You went after. What is it about you and Nigerian chicks that you got that gets your dick hard about them? What's up with them, man?
You gotta be.
What is it about Nigerian chicks that get your dick hard about them? My desire to put my dick in them. My heterosexuality is what gets my dick hard for Nigerian women. What the fuck kind of question is that? And I know it's a rhetorical question, but that just made no freaking sense.
Educated Nigerian chicks get your dick hard. What's up with that? Because you went after Jesse the same way. Okay, I mean the Jess the same way.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Is he talking about? Let me shut up. Is he talking about Jess?
No, you're not talking about Jess.
Okay.
No, not at all. AB.
Where's the link, nigga?
I'm looking it up right now. Like, just
you don't have it in your favorites.
Well, mute yourself till you find this shit, man. We'll carry on, okay?
He wasn't talking until he asked him a question, and then he told him to mute himself. Look at how he talked to dude. It's funny, like BGS. What you're doing is you're justifying, the ass whoopings that you got when you was a young dude. You're basically making it clear that if the situations was reversed, you do the same to them. What you're saying here is that you're a bully. You have a bully's mentality, but you didn't have a bully's physicality when you were younger. But if ever, and probably not now, but if ever given the opportunity, you would bully another.
What?
All right,
I hate
so
people.
No.
Until you bring this, until you find it, man. Mute yourself.
Actually, I found it right now.
You won't do it, so I'll do it. Okay. You won't mute yourself, I'll mute you. Okay.
He said, "Mute yourself till you find it," and then dude said, "I found it."
You get on my motherfucking goddamn last ass nerve. Okay.
I know how I felt Saturday.
No, I know. You won't shut the fuck up, man. Were you raised by a single mother or something? God damn.
Waste man, yo. Man.
He did not say anything. I'm sitting there feeling bad for the dude. And I shouldn't have, but I'm just shocked. Like, damn, these dudes are really just like talking to him like he George McFly.
It's a bumble trot, man. Shit.
we got not that messy Jesse on the panel. We got the goddamn Canadian collaborator. I'm just still confused.
That's why I call him Little Maple Leaf, man. Good grief, yeah, teenager.
You should call him You should call him, maple syrup biscuit right now, because he's like that old Limp Biscuit boy. Keep trolling.
No,
They are really just gang roasting this dude. They are really just gang. These are adults. They got wallets and shit. Like, they are really stuck on some high school get back mentality.
that's funny.
Anyway, anything else, y'all? Why he's
needed
fighting and shit?
My man needed electric.
Well, what was I going to say?
Here
Charles,
we go.
Let me ask you something. Charles?
He's there. Just talk, man. Goddamn.
All right.
If you want to talk to Charles, call him, okay? Talk.
All right. Just to change the subject a little bit, how are you feeling about, what happened in Buffalo, man?
Okay, so now
good
we're
game,
talk
lost the
sports for a
game
second.
by 2.
It's gonna be
Bill.
Passing. I'm waiting for it, old man. Come on.
How many times?
By the way, I didn't even think about this before, but on the last video when he was talking about how much of a nerd he was, and how when everybody else was watching sports and doing this, and this, I was reading books. But you're watching sports now, aren't you? Like, do you or do you not like sports, nerd? Because you're really talking sports now. Just saying.
Get sacked, sir.
13, they was flat on there. Tied it. We was about to tie it. And then here come the rest again with that bullshit.
How many times do the quarterback get sacked? Hyman, or there she in on it? Again, all right? Get over it. Get over it.
Dr. Steele says we all like sports. I don't. But I understand that many people do. I'm just saying that that's not what's presented. He presented himself as having a completely different set of interests when he was younger. Though he didn't express that he disliked sports per se, he did make it clear that, his interests were different. Chaos Rain is here. Yes, we're talking about you. Your ears were burning. Just so you know. Yeah. You made the comment in the comment section. It was a very weird comment, making fun of a guy for getting hard for a Nigerian woman. That was very weird.
So the rest from that extra point.
I just no.
No. Okay.
Now wait, okay.
Okay. No. Okay. Where it was a questionable call. A series later, the same thing happened to Kansas City. No matter what the refs do, okay?
And no turnovers. Cut the shit, man.
All right, they start talking about sports
wrong, right? Okay, y'all made a whole bunch of mistakes. You guys shot yourself in the foot a lot of times, right? A lot of times. They cut
all their
and CJ.
We can actually.
Even when he wasn't
lost, okay. Andre, did you find this bitch?
Okay, so Andre is off the panel right now. And BGS just got tired of the sports talk and decided to, down talk Andre. Andre, you find this bitch? Somebody said, how is it weird for a man to get hard for a woman? Ask Chaos. Chaos, he was in the chat room on some weird shit.
Yeah, he ain't even up here.
He disappeared. He made like that little troll.
Hey, Charles, I got a question for you, Charles.
About what?
My question about the game yesterday.
Holy crap.
The Ravens coach played both
in the chat
both
room.
times.
Well, one.
Don't have balls.
It's Mark Andrews drops the ball.
Good.
Andre put the link in the chat room.
First of all, one. When you look at Mark Andrews has one of the trusted hands.
He couldn't make that damn two-handed catch. That's a damn.
That was a tough.
People would be talking a different story, right?
Let me just say this, AL. Check
People
out.
with 3 turnovers.
Let me just say this real quick.
Is this shit 2 hours, Andre? Do you actually want to tell me give me some kind of time marker? We're not gonna watch a 2 hour thing.
No, hold on. How you bringing this up? Like, what's the purpose of this?
I have no idea.
Andre, where are you?
Wow, they just like thumping on this dude. So basically, after bashing him and saying, nigga, bring up the link, give me the link for a long ass time. Then when he brings it up, it's like, what's the point of this? They just like thumping on people. Watch where this goes. Yeah, it is weird, but he strikes me as a weird ass nigga. It is weird that he would give a 2-hour video and not have like a timestamp or anything like that. You got to develop a good iron skin in order to deal with such dudes, or you could just not deal with such dudes.
No, that gives him a hard one. He wants be just acknowledge this shit, so let's let it happen.
Now I'll just say, check out Sean King talking about the that play, that 2-point play on YouTube.
The ex-quarterback for Tampa Bay, Sean King.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I ain't seen or heard from him in a month of Sundays in a minute or two.
No, Sean King does
damn it.
good, Parker on the Fox.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna start calling you the derailer. You trying to bring us like 5
He's an instigator
that nobody gave a fuck about.
I'm gonna actually tear into your ass randomly an hour in. Okay.
Holy shit.
Bring your ass back.
Okay, so somebody in the chat room earlier said that BGS makes a lot of pause comments. They said one day he threatened to anally rape somebody. I don't know. I don't really follow him like that, but he did just threaten to tear into his ass.
He's an instigator
that nobody gave a fuck about 5 years ago. Like somebody bringing up.
Bring your ass back up here, man. Because if this shit is bullshit, I'm gonna actually tear into your ass randomly an hour in. Okay.
You got the better.
Bring your ass up here, because I'm going to tear into your ass.
Yeah. Now he ain't using the bell. He got the extension cord out. You go get it.
Come up here. Tell me where to stop. Okay.
Here's the bad part. You
tell me when to stop. Bring your ass up here. I'm gonna ram into your ass. Tell me when to stop. Y'all know how I do. Silent. All right.
bring this shit up for what? And you
nobody thinks. I'm coming. Another thing that's
it's mostly
sometimes
a guy.
For us, we see it as we're what makes at least African American. Rihanna came out today.
Sorry, Black Rob. Sorry, Black Rob.
Okay, I have no idea what.
Good morning, Subi.
Well, you just keep jumping.
Thanks for letting me in.
Now this is a call.
Can't hate too early. Yeah, you're too soft.
Okay, Andre, what is she talking about that you're interested in?
All right. Good morning, chat with Nats. You've been patiently waiting. Yeah.
Black thing or what was the word? The whole color
Color,
thing.
yeah.
Yes, exactly.
She sounds Americanized. She doesn't sound African.
I'm
Sounds
here.
Americanized.
She just wasn't able. No one was on her team to really teach her the impact of how that type of rhetoric impacts the Black community. And I think even in her attitude is very showing of history behind.
She doesn't sound African.
That kind of war behind the diaspora versus Africans. Like what particularly rubbed me the wrong way and what kind of made me write off Tyler as a person outside of her music was the Breakfast Club interview and the way she just dismissed the entire conversation.
So what do you want to highlight, man? Because I want to go through 2 hours of this shit. Okay. What do you want to highlight? You tell me where to stop.
Like, oh, you kind of owe it to the people who are actually funneling a lot of traction around your music to at least give them, it might come from a place of ignorance by definition, because as Americans, we aren't too much exposed.
She's American, so that one's American. I don't know who you're talking about.
Even before white people turned up on the continent. And I believe that division contributed to for the ability for things like slavery and all of the colonialism to happen. So
within 7 days.
Is it just
Must
me or
did not
really-
disclose his state.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go through a 2-hour video when she's not the.
All right. Yeah, he was wrong for not having a timestamp. But because he was getting picked on, I try to save him, and we're going to see what happens when I try to save him.
The fucking host, okay? So I don't know where you get this shit from. So.
Because like this is what happens when there's too much information, not enough knowledge. And this is going back into a lot of you motherfuckers panels. And there's a lot of I hate to say it, it's kind of arrogant, but
sometimes people listen to this like while I was working, so I wasn't able.
I don't give a shit. What the fuck was that? Basically, you went.
It's
chronic
disrespect.
What's that?
Sometimes people don't need to.
Okay, hold on a second, Charlie. Unmute. What the fuck was that?
I was listening to this like while I was working, so I wasn't able.
I don't give a shit. What the fuck was that? Basically, you went. You brought this bitch up 3 times. We can't even find it. What the fuck was that?
Dude talk like he 11 foot tall now.
Well, the chick that was talking, like that was the chick that I was talking about.
She calls herself an American. So what the fuck was that?
Well, she technically would be American because she was like African born in America. So technically she would be American.
She's American, yeah. So what the fuck was that?
So basically she's American, right? And like
yeah,
as you can see that panel, like that show that she.
I don't care. You're talking about her. What the fuck was that?
So basically, like this is what I was talking about. Where I'm trying to tell you that, like, because you said that apparently American Black women like are paying money to, like, just
Well, I didn't say that. Unusual.
Well, maybe you. Sorry, I keep saying that like you said that, like maybe you didn't say that, but somebody.
Now, notice before how in his previous video he talked about the stuttering that nerds go through. Or really just people that are being bullied go through. Now this dude is stuttering and stammering because of what you're putting him through.
Somebody told you that, but like basically, I'm agreeing with like just like paying money and like doing the work.
So did she say she was paying other people to actually spread this shit? Did she say that?
No, it's like the reason why I posted this to you is that like. Over there on that panel is like that's like I've been there like a few times and like what I've seen is
they did this on Dynasty shit. They say the same shit.
What I'm trying to say is like basically it's like this chick is from the U.S.
So
like she was born in the point that I'm trying to make is like she was born in the U.S. but like she's over there she lives in the U.S. and she was born in the U.S.
They've been saying this shit before there was fucking
YouTube. He cannot finish
the point that I'm trying to say is
make the goddamn point and stop talking around it.
So the point that I'm trying to make is that she's over in the UK and she just disparaging Black men. And
so yeah,
like I don't know. I personally see an issue with that, but maybe you don't. I see.
We see this shit happens all the goddamn time. What's new?
Well, football games happen all the time, and y'all were talking about that. I mean, what the entire fuck?
Changes the narrative.
Good change.
Andre, he's trying to tell you we're not losing any sleep over this. This shit that upsets you and enrages you, this is yesterday's news to us.
What is different? What's different than what she's saying to what Jess said like last year? What's different?
Nothing at all.
Thank you. So why is this so important? It had to be brought up 3 times.
Well, actually, there is something like the.
Why is he berating this dude for bringing up a topic on an open panel? I repeat, why is he berating this dude for bringing up a topic on an open panel?
Reason why I would say there's something is that she's doing this in a foreign country because she's doing this in the UK, right?
Like, the UK women that are there do the same shit. So what?
So basically, if this is why I didn't want to like do this on open air, but basically over there, like
okay, you want to open? Yeah, who brought it up? Did we come to you say, Andre, do you want to bring this chick up?
Well, you wanted me to do it, so but
you brought it up 3 times.
I actually much prefer to like have the conversation with you because basically,
dude, you brought her up. We snuffed it out. You brought her up again. We snuffed it out the 3rd time. I said, bring the bitch up. Okay.
So BGS basically like this channel is supposed to be like a pro.
Their women say the same thing about them, and they coons and all sellouts and all kind of shit. Same shit they do here.
Just gonna. I think they're doing that, so they'll have
in the UK coons and all sellouts and all kind of shit. Same shit they do here. What's the difference?
So I have noticed in recent years that a lot of Black women from the States are going to other countries to down the image of Black men.
That's what I'm talking about.
I think they're doing that so they'll have less competition from international women.
Yes.
What they want to do, Andre, is they want it so they want travel to be as uncomfortable for Black men as it is for Black women. To be perfectly honest with you, so I see the pattern of behavior in what you've shown in that clip, or what you attempted to show in that clip. So yeah, it is definitely a concern, and it really shows that the mentality and the mating strategy of Black women is not improving themselves to be valuable to Black men, but it's instead just giving Black men no other choice but to deal with something that they that isn't their first choice.
Hold on a second. Right? Okay. Hold on a second. Now, I played this before, okay?
Okay. So basically, I made my point clear that Black women moving to, because what they're doing now is they are questioning if this is a valid point of discussion on an open panel. Now, I would question if questioning the validity is valid, but you know, that's here nor there.
I have played this before, right? This is 1973, okay? I've shown this before. Ain't shit changed, okay?
I think the society, white supremacy, has been concerned mostly with the Black man, white woman. So I think that's the reverse of that. The white man, the Black woman, also is a subject. There's no question, it seems to me, that Black women, from what I can see, all over, very, very upset and threatened by the growing relationships between Black men and white women, and that they oppose it. Now, from the Black man standpoint, I hear a lot of brothers say over and over again that first it was a white man who told them they couldn't go out with white women. Now it's mainly the Black woman who's telling them that they can't go out with white women, so that they still feel oppressed. Now, for whatever that's worth, I think that's an important point psychologically for the Black man, because is the Black woman in this, is she more concerned with her control over Black men, see, or is she concerned with white supremacy and interracial relationships in general, because
control of black men. Okay, that's 1973. What has changed?
See, I don't know what his whole point in that was. See, we're bringing up a concern, or at least I'm bringing up a concern about, and really this is me just trying to help out Andre. But nevertheless, I'm bringing up a concern about black women going to other countries to denigrate black men. He brings up something from 1973 talking about black women, and they're trying to discourage black men from dating white women. Now, there's a number of differences. One, we're talking about white women versus international women. And two, the method is, though the motivation may be the same, the method is different. Because in this clip that he brought out of his ass from 1973, in this clip, they're talking about black women pleading to black men to get them to stop dating white women. So I didn't even bring up that point. I just pretended as if the clip was the black women pleading to white women to get white women to stop dating black men, and because that would be more similar. So just to give him his, just to not like obliterate him, I'm like, okay, I'm going to pretend like these are two similar things. I'm going to pretend that modern women who are speaking to women in developing countries, who are speaking down about black men to women in developing countries or international countries, is the same as women in 1973 pleading with black men to not date interracially. I'm going to pretend like those are two somewhat similar things, just for the sake of his extraordinarily fragile ego. See, y'all got me saying Eagles because Melody in the chat, cheering for her home team, I guess. Let's see how this plays out. So what Andre is saying is that this is now the new white woman. International women all across the world is the new white women.
What has changed?
I'm stating.
No, so you're not stating. What is
now he's doing the shit to me. This is what he does. Like, he interrupts in the middle of a point. Listen again.
Control of black men, okay? That's 1973. What has changed?
So what Andre is saying is that this is now the new white woman. International women all across the world is the new white women.
What has changed?
That is a change. White women changed to international women. That is the change. They felt a threat coming from white women in 1973. They feel a threat coming from international women now. That is a change. But what's the change? After I just stated the change, what's the change? To understand this level of stupidity, I want you all to imagine going to a car dealership. Or actually, I want you to imagine you working at a car dealership. Let's just say a Toyota dealership. And then somebody says, yeah, I'm looking for a Prius. And then you say, okay, we have a great selection of Prius over here. And then that person said, where's the Prius? Well, over here we have, where's the Prius? That was how I felt right then.
Changed.
I'm stating.
No, so you're not stating. What has changed? The control of black men.
Interrupting the answer.
You're not answering the question. What's changed?
Yep. See, now he's the one stuttering. Because I plainly said you're asking a question and interrupting the answer. I am.
No, you're not.
Is the target group.
No, it's not.
Okay, according to this,
who's the
it was
target
white
group?
women.
Who's the target group?
International women.
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
That's
No, it's
exactly-
not. It's black men. That's
Okay,
the target group.
What's changed is the target group for their propaganda.
Okay.
Before it was
All right,
white women.
finish.
According
I'm gonna
to
give you
this.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. According to this, before it was white women, they seen white women as the original threat, so they wanted to bastardize the image of black men towards white women. Now, because of passport bros and brothers are traveling internationally, they see another group that they view as competition. Now, instead of competing with this group by being a better bitch and by being a better woman, mate, mother, et cetera, for black men, what they are instead doing is they are just bastardizing the image once again to another group of people. So now that we have this information, and now that we have a larger voice than we did in 1973, we can prepare black men for this, to model our own image, create our own image in the minds of international women. Not
40 seconds.
Not allow white women. I don't need all 40. Not allow these women. He's just interrupting for the sake of interrupting. So he's worried now because I explained the difference to him clearly and concisely without stuttering. And he made the mistake of giving me leeway to do so without interruption. So right now, anybody can understand the difference to bastardize our image internationally as they attempted to do domestically with white women. I'm done.
It's all bullshit, okay?
Of course. Of course. Okay, I guess. I mean, it wasn't my intent to be passive aggressive, but if it works. I mean, shit, like, so his response to that is bullshit. Okay, explain how it's bullshit.
It's control of black men, and controlling black men's option chase you back to the plantation. That's what.
I didn't say it wasn't about controlling black men or their options. In fact, what I said mirrors that. It is about controlling black men. What's changed is the method in which they choose to do it.
What it's about. That's what it's about. Then go back to Jet Magazine, 1947, right? About Korean women, when they bring Korean women, 1950, bring Korean brides back to the United States. Same shit, okay? Same shit.
Yes. That's not the same shit. Because black women weren't going to Korea telling Korean women that niggas ain't shit. It's not the same thing, not even close. So now he's just trying to save face.
It's about control of black men. That's what it's about. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
An article in the 40s in Ebony or Jet magazine talks about black men who are getting married to Korean women and bringing them back to the US is comparable to black women going to other countries and speaking to the women before the black men even meet them. That's the same thing. See, he's desperate. He's desperate at this point. What I just described was the means in which they attempt to control black men.
The target group. The target group is still the target group. The target group is not the women.
Yes, that's what's the same. But you asked me what has changed. The change has been the technique. Imagine if you're a Trojan. And by the way, unlike the movie, the actual Greco-Trojan War lasted for about 10 years, not one season, or not 10 days. But of course, it's a movie, so they have to make it quick. But imagine if you're a Trojan soldier or something like that, and you're telling the general that, hey, these Greeks, they're changing their technique. They're not going to attack us head on anymore. They're going to try to get past the gate. They might even try to give us a wooden horse and have it hollowed out and have some people inside. Well, tell me what's changed. We're still at war. Yes, well, what's changed is the technique and the waging of said war. What's changed? Well, what's changed is the technique. No, we're still at war. We're still fighting. Okay. So I'm going to go now. I'm going to go to Rome. You're on some bullshit. I got to go.
The target group is the black men, okay?
Well, the target group for control. The instrument of control has changed.
No, it hasn't.
Okay.
No, it hasn't.
All right.
What are they doing differently now that they didn't do back in the 90s?
Jesus, how many times did I have to answer that question? Press 1 in the chat room if you didn't understand the answer that I just gave over and over and over and over and over again.
$1970s, okay? What are they doing differently now?
I just explained in 1 minute and 40 seconds.
No, what are they doing differently now? What are they saying about you? What did they say about you?
I just said the target.
What did they say? What did they say about you back then in 1970?
No, once again, the target group of the propaganda has changed. You asked what's changed. I answered. I answered before, and I'm answering again.
Nothing's changed.
Now he's just retarded. See, you got to understand. You got to understand what's going on. This is why this video is entitled The Insecurity of Black Nerds. Because he is a person of low everything. And nerds are considered to be a group of people of low everything that's desired by society besides intellect, meaning that they are considered to be people of poor physical quality, poor charisma, poor people skills, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what they lack in these areas, they make up for in intellect. And that's where the fragility comes in, because once it is made apparent that he's also a person of poor intellect, then his entire self-image is obliterated. The only positive aspect of his self-image will be taken away. And that's not my intention. I'm not going to, make a person take medication for the rest of their life to keep the gun out their mouth. I'm not going to do that. I was just having a conversation. But that's why he's defending. He's defending like his self-perceived one and only virtue that he has to the world. And I'm smart. So he's just entrenched in this ridiculous position. And he can't agree with somebody else's assertion. I don't think he ever does, to be honest with you. I don't think BGS ever agrees to someone else's assertion of anything. He just comes on his panels so others can agree to his. And he only goes to panels where they do. So we're dealing with an extraordinarily fragile ego, and that's why he's intent. And that's why when I answer his question over and over again. At this point, it should be clear. I've made it, Melody pressed 2. She said she understood it. I made it abundantly clear that what's changed is the target group. What they once done to white women and black men really is what they're doing to international women. That's what's changed. He don't like that. He can't take it. It's kind of like, and I've done this. It's kind of like whooping a thug's ass. They can't take it because that is their thing. They're supposed to have hands. And they're not supposed to get their ass whipped by a non-thug. So, it just shatters their entire self-image.
Their entire sense of identity is gone now. They become broken people without a positive identity whatsoever. When they get their ass whipped by a nerd, that's it. That is the end of everything. That is the worst case scenario for them. Now, they don't fear this scenario enough to actually take any martial arts or learn to fight, but you know, that is a doomsday scenario for them. And that's what's going on here. There's just certain L's that he will refuse to hold. Here, let me read some of the comments. Nothing's changed. Let's see. Anti-miscegenation laws have been repealed. TV is in everyone's homes, computers, and 24/7 news has happened. Not to mention, you know, Black people in general are becoming more international. Yeah, exactly. Beater Keisha can now talk to the world. Well, I mean, now Black men could talk to the world, because Beater Keisha, you know, was talking to the world. Well, actually, not in 1973, but like in the 80s, she was talking to the world, and the white man gave them the mic, and they didn't give it to Black men. Now Black men have the mic too. A lot has changed since 1973, BGS. The world is different than it is 52 years ago. But I'm just going to talk about one difference. Unless he says it first, he won't agree with it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even with his own people, he never agreed to what they say. He just add to it. You know, if somebody was to say, you know, the sky is blue, he would say during the daytime, but it's black at night. Like that's how he operates. It's like Stewie on the Family Guy. He thought he was witty, and he thought he was a witty intellect until he lived with a British family. He went back to the morons he lived with. Yeah. What's even worse, GC, his acolytes will display his same behavior patterns towards others. Absolutely. I mean, and that's why I was trying to help what's his name, Andre, because he was getting a brunt of this. He was really just getting ganged up on. And that's why he's here for like 7 hours, you know, like he's just here fueling his ego for 7 hours. The target group has
No, it
changed.
hasn't. The
He
same
just said no, it hasn't. Okay.
Same system of oppression, the same.
Hold on, it's buffering. Just explained in 1 minute and 40 seconds.
No, what are they doing differently now? What are they saying about you? What did they say about you?
I just said the target.
What did they say? What did they say about you back then in 1970?
No, once again, the target group of the propaganda has changed. You asked what's changed. I answered. I answered before, and I'm answering again.
Nothing's changed.
The target. How many times have I said the target group of the propaganda has changed? I want y'all to think about like the Japanese American War, which is really like a part of World War II, but you know, we're gonna just for a second here, we're going to call it that. Actually, no, let's just call it World War I and World War II, right? So you have World War I, and once again, Europe is at war with itself. The Allies are very similar. One major difference is Japan, who fought with the Allies, is now fighting against them. And then somebody says, what has changed? Well, what's changed is this time is that Germany modernized its military. They've taken France, instantly when, during the First World War, it was France that won it. They have superior technology to Russia. They're taking half of that. Let's see. Japan is on their side. Italy is on their side now. And yeah, it seems like they're about to defeat both England and Russia, which wasn't the case during the First World War. That's what's changed. Oh, and the fact that, a person who was a corporal and a mailman in the First War is now the Führer of the entire thing. That's what's changed. Like the method has changed. The aircraft technology has changed. Submarines, nigga. Like there has been a lot of Pearl Harbor. Like things have changed. Are we going to ignore these changes? Are we going to fight the war the same way we did World War I? Because that's what France did. And, it didn't work out well for them. And then you explain this to somebody, and their only response to that is, what has changed? What has changed? What has changed? Okay.
No, it hasn't. The same system of oppression, the same system is still the same. Nothing's changed. Okay, nothing changed.
I don't know what to say to that. At that point, I was just at my wit's end. At that point, I'm like, okay, I don't know what to say to that. Like that's when I'm at my wit's end. When it's like, okay, all right, what do I say to that? Like, yeah.
We're doing it. Okay, they were doing this shit back in. Go back and look at the Brazilian brothers back in the mid-aughts. Okay, same shit.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Actually, Ebony Magazine did a whole series on that shit. Okay, nothing changed.
Mm-hmm.
Same shit. They wash, rinse, repeat. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, Ebony did a rather lengthy series. Was it, like you say, it was the early 2000 or late?
Yeah, mid 2000. Yeah,
this whole it was like over a course of months running down brothers. Traveling to Brazil and Central and South America, but particularly Brazil, they focused a lot on that, and it was quite a a row during that time.
Yeah, and the same thing with brothers with fucking with German women in World War II. Okay, same shit.
Did black women go to Germany to tell German women that niggas ain't shit? Why do they all sound like old civil rights Negroes? That's because they wish that they were old civil rights Negroes. They're actually boomers, which is worse because the generation before them actually got us civil rights. Boomers got us, crack and divorce.
Nothing changed.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're doing the shit now with Latinas.
I mean, I think what we see now, obviously, because of the access to
internet,
the media.
Yeah.
Somebody say he's younger than me. Isn't he in his 60s? So let's see. Boomer's generation ended like 1965. So that's 35. So 55. Yeah. So if you're older than 60, somebody said, nah, he said 50s. Yeah, but he said that in 2016. He said that in 2016. So keep that in mind. So you have to add the 9 years from 2016 to now. Now, unless he was 50 and he's 59 now, then he's a boomer.
you're seeing more varieties of it because of the accessibility of it. But I mean, I think I would agree with BGS from the standpoint of in terms of the overall sort of mission. You know, yeah, I mean they've always done this stuff, and now I think maybe what you appear to think GameChanger is it was more of a national propaganda campaign and has gone global. What I think what
That's
BGS
exactly what I was saying.
I have observed is it has always been global.
Mm-hmm.
We're just seeing more.
It has not always been global. What the fuck are you talking about? Black women were not going to war-torn Germany back in the day to say niggas ain't shit.
Evidence
because it's all more available on the internet, you know, on TikTok, stuff like that. It used to be, and it's not even about race. Now it's about that. Now you have, like I said, African chicks, okay, being paid, right, to actually denigrate black men, to keep black men from going someplace.
Then that's what's changed.
Go to the white man. A white man, he messing with these white women over here. Need to stop him, okay, to keep you back in check. Same shit, okay, nothing changed. Doing the same. That's actually, it's pathetic because they're actually doing the same shit they've been doing for the last 100 years. Nothing changed.
Yeah, because that article you referenced, the Jet article that was done in the 50s, it was quite famously covered. Where and part of it was because these black men were so expressive of their how happy they were.
With those
Korean women, right, I can't believe how great life can be.
If same shit that we doing now with white women, right?
You know, because back then people were not as politically correct, so those brothers were very specific about
He just admitted to change. The same thing, you know, we're doing with Latinas now. We were doing with white women back then. Well, that's what's changed. Genius.
Oh, she does the cleaning that I need done, and she cooks as she does what I tell her. You know, just things that you would say then about your relationship.
What did they say about us then? You're too passive. You're poor. You're broke. You came from a poor thing, and you're too passive. And the black men are taking advantage of the exact same shit they were saying. They're saying now. They haven't changed.
And what have they said to black women?
Nothing. Okay.
We
can date out. We can have any man we want. Yada yada yada. Right.
But guess what the Korean women said to the black woman? Brother on my arm, no brother
on your arm.
And that goes all the way back to the Eddie Murphy joke, Goonie Goo Goo. Remember Goonie Goo Goo, gentlemen?
I mean,
they have no defense for that brother on my arm.
No.
Okay, so now it sparked a conversation. Now it sparked a conversation, and they're off the whole, you know, what's changed thing, and they're having a you know, a friendly back and forth with each other about that. So what dude brought up did spark a conversation. Now, somebody said, I hear German men like black women. Every man like black women is called having a pussy. Black women, you're down bad when you're counting the groups of men that like you. Because everybody else is counting the groups of men that don't like them. Because it's an easier count. See, here's the thing. People start going gray. You start getting gray hairs and you start counting your gray hairs, right? Which is a problem. You are going gray. You are completely gray when you are counting the black ones. You're actually counting the group of men that is willing to put their dick in your mouth. That is bad. That is sightsee. That is the definition of down bad. For a woman to say, "Oh, Germans like us," that is down bad. You have a pussy. You're supposed to be counting the group of men that don't want to stick their dick in it, and that group should really be non-homosexuals, or excuse me, non-heterosexuals. Black American women are down so bad that they're looking for the country of men that want to fuck them. That's down bad. What don't you understand? What don't you understand?
So go back to what is it? I forget the name of the movie, right? Soul Brother Tubuku, right? Me So Horny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they ain't like that shit either. Okay, what I'm saying is, and I don't mean to get upset about it, right? You know, is the thing is that y'all think just because Passport Bros exploded in the internet, this shit is new. It's not new. Okay. All they doing is they running the same goddamn play over and over again, like a naked bootleg that's been running since football in 1910. Okay? It ain't changed.
Here's the problem.
Do y'all know what happened to Emmett Till's father?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, he was lynched over in he was in the war. He was lynched
In the UK.
Over in no, well, yeah, I think it was the UK under some accusation of supposedly some
rape.
Sex,
I think he raping a white
him
woman.
and another brother, I think. Now we know that's bullshit today, but yeah. So this whole thing about policing brothers overseas, man.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I mean, this is why I'm hating freaking civilian pedestrians, right? Okay, because they're telling you shit. Like I've been doing this shit for 40.
What? Why is he calling people pedestrians and civilians? Like, and he's still on it. Like, remember how I was just stating that the conversation moved to a friendly tone, but he's still on it. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, it's like when a thug gets his ass beat by a non-thug. They cannot stand that shit. They cannot stand that shit. And that's why he's still on it.
Fucking years, okay? I've heard all this shit, okay? And you trying to tell me that the game is changing? You tell me like you're fucking not, okay? That's what I get upset about.
Now y'all hear this hostility? And this was after an exchange of pleasantries. This was after an exchange of pleasantries. Like the conversation has shifted to a positive tone, but he was still like stewing in hatred. And I'm not even saying anything. He was just sitting there stewing in hatred. And now he's like, you motherfucking pedestrians. That's why I can't stand you motherfucking pedestrians. Listen at this. That's like me, like right now, just saying, yeah, and by the way, fuck George Bush. Like, wait, whoa, what the hell?
Fucking years, okay? I've heard all this shit, okay? And you trying to tell me that the game is changing? You tell me like you're a fucking expert and you're not, okay?
Okay, Obsidian did the same thing. Once these guys feel intellectually threatened, they're like, "You're not an expert. You're not smarter than me. You think you're a fucking expert, but you're not." Insecurities. Don't need a man with insecurities. A man like him. This weekend, I was out with some friends at this event. There was an African dude there. And I didn't ask, but I overheard him tell somebody who did ask, "How tall are you?" He said he's 7'2". Imagine if me, for those of you who don't know, not only am I not 7'2", I'm 6'0", which means that he has 14 inches of height on me. And it's obvious. It's like, you know, this dude is huge. Melody, you know, he's literally 3 foot taller than you. He is the size of two Melodies, one standing on the other's shoulder. That is his height. That's like me walking up to dudes saying, "You're not taller than me." That would really just show how insecure I am about my height. Listen at this.
Shit, I've been doing this shit for 40 fucking years, okay? I've heard all this shit, okay? And you trying to tell me that the game has changed, and you tell me like you're a fucking expert and you're not, okay? That's what I get upset about.
Okay.
Redundant.
Here's the problem.
You're not a fucking expert. You think you are, but you...
Somebody's talking about something different. Somebody was saying something like, "Yeah, here's the problem. You're not a fucking expert." I'm telling you, it's that same thing. It's like, listen, you're not fucking tall. What, you want to fight, nigga? You want to fight? And then I just step on a ladder and smack him. Like, what in the fuck? How insecure is you?
You're not.
All right. Well, I didn't want you to feel threatened, BG.
No, I'm not threatened.
I'm gonna go. No, I'm not threatened. Okay. Yeah.
Pissed because I'm getting tired.
I
of this
didn't want
shit.
you to get pissed.
Okay, well, fine.
So
Okay,
I'm gonna go.
It's not just you. Okay, really, it's Andre, and you jumped into it. Okay.
Well, actually, BGS, like you're actually the person that wanted to speak about with this because
no, I didn't. You wanted me to speak about it. We just talked about it. Okay.
Well, because I'm pretty sure like you've known more about this stuff than I have for a while. Because like
Andre, how long you been around us, Andre?
This dude is kissing the ring.
Well, BGS, like specifically. Like,
how long have you been around us, Andre? Answer the goddamn question.
A few years.
A few years. How often do we talk about this shit?
Well, BGS, like specifically.
How often do we talk about this shit?
What shit?
I hate it when he repeat the question while the person is answering the question.
What are you talking about?
The shit we talk about right now. How often do we actually talk about this shit?
Well, specifically what I was talking about, like
how often do we talk about this shit? We just did. We just talked about just talked about her, and Jesse brought up about the chick in Nigeria repeating this shit. You were actually probably on the stream when User Business actually brought that shit up, okay? About the chick saying that, paying the girl.
Well, BGS, like what I'm trying to talk about is basically is trying to do like.
Dude stuttering and stammering. Remember, he said that that's what they made him do when he was young. BGS admits that that's how people treated him to the point where he was stuttering over his words. Now he's doing the same thing to this dude. It's projection. Well, not necessarily projection. It's just fucked up. Like, I'm trying to think of the word for it, but it's really just fucked up. You're just treating this guy as you were treated when you were younger.
I'm trying to do like the whole Pan-African thing. It's like it's a fucking wasted effort.
Why? How do you? Are you Pan-African? Are you Pan-African?
Yes, I am.
Prove it. Prove that you're Pan-African. Okay.
Because I learned about this for a long time. Like my parents.
What is Pan-Africanism to you?
Is wanting to see the best for Black people, like
globally, right? And the freedom and decolonization of Africa. Okay, that's the main thing about Pan-Africanism. Okay.
Well, I'm trying to do that, but it's
when we brought up Nigeria building basically a refinery, did you chime in?
I never heard anything about the refinery.
Hell no, he didn't.
Okay. Well then you're not really Pan-African, sir. You just pretend to be.
Wow, they just fucking with him for no reason. So I guess you have to participate in an oil refinery conversation in order to be Pan-African? Okay.
Well, BGS, I have mentioned that like
why is it a waste of time?
I think it's worth this out.
Why? What are you doing here?
I never said I don't believe in it. I said that like it's like I'm trying, but it's
why?
literally a waste of time.
If it was a waste of time, Africa wouldn't be free right now. We've been talking about this shit.
So people can clown me in the chat if you want to. But
nah, don't. Okay, dude. You say that shit one more time, I'm gonna drop you. Okay.
Like just like quickly to get this off. It's like actually
I don't know why this dude is staying.
My dad actually. Jamaica, like that's where my family.
Being a Jamaican is not being Pan-African, okay?
Right. So it's just you got to start from somewhere.
So why is it a waste of time? I don't.
People try to make fun of you and stuff like that.
I talk about it all the time. Do people make fun of me?
They do.
They do really? Wow. How?
Well, they say you're wasting your time and stuff.
No. How did they make fun of me? Did they prove that I waste my time?
All right. They're both flustered. Right now, BGS is flustered because of the L that he took at the hands of me. And Dude is flustered because BGS is taking it out on him. That's what's truly going on.
They haven't proved that you're wasting your time because you've actually made an impact, but it's like they want to claim that you're wasting your time.
Oh, they can claim anything. Have they proved that I'm wasting my time? Do they know anything about being Pan-African?
Here's the part that really gets me. The level of articulation should be so simplistic a child could get it. But you know what really happens? A lot of dudes put up this shit just to do what? Just to carry on. Like, here's my shit. What's the point of bringing this up? There's nothing in that whole segment that was fulfilling, knowledgeable, or anything that was groundbreaking. What the entire fuck? I've lost fucking brain cells looking at that shit.
Oh, really?
It's nothing.
Yeah, me too.
You actually had more
about
than one
that
to begin with.
There's nothing. Here's the crazy part. There's a reason why niggas don't even bother saying the word sentient anymore.
You're breaking up, Charles.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Charles.
I'm gonna say it again. There's a reason why niggas don't even bring up Cynthia G anymore. She's been done this for goddamn years.
Okay. Yeah, you brought her up.
Let him finish.
She's been exposed so badly that it doesn't make any goddamn hill. It showed nothing but the ignorance of a bunch of people pretending to be Black Americans. That's all.
When I up and started with the Cynthia G, obliterated her, why are y'all still asking us about it? For some reason, these people can't get enough of wanting to know why is Cynthia G around. For some reason, irate because y'all heard it, but we already dealt with her.
Nobody's talking about Cynthia G.
Tell y'all.
In 2015, 2014, 2015, where was the Black Manosphere?
I wasn't actually there.
There was none, right? Okay. What if people told me it was a waste of my goddamn time being here, right? Okay. What if I accepted that?
Well, if you would have accepted that, then like me and you would not be having this conversation.
So in other words, where we are right now would not have existed, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So BGS, just so you know, like
no. Where we are right now would not have existed, right? Okay.
Like that's true, but like what I'm trying to say is like basically I actually agree with.
So here's the Chaos Reign show. Chaos Reign is really there because there's another person who stumbles on his words that he could pick on. Chaos Rain, if you're still listening, you're another one of these dudes that seek out the weakest link so you can fuck with them. Just saying.
I agree with like the whole Pan-African stuff. I agree with that because like otherwise we wouldn't be having this conversation. I agree with that.
Africa is free because of Pan-Africanism right now. Okay, they kicked all the Europeans out. Why is it a waste of time?
They kicked all the Europeans out of Africa? I didn't know that. Okay. The mods trash. You could be a good channel, but your mods sabotage you. Blocking and timing out when yeah, y'all shouldn't be blocking and she hasn't really said anything like directly offensive to the subject matter or just downright ignorant. So y'all shouldn't be timing out. Thanks for the super chat.
Well, just in the minds of people like the
No, I'm asking you, nigga. You brought it up. I don't reminds the people. I'm talking about you. You brought this shit up.
Well, in the minds of people, it's a waste of time.
Okay. No, you said it was a waste of time. I asked you why you believe it.
Oh, I don't think it's a waste of time.
Well, then,
I think it's something that we should.
Well, then I don't care about anybody else. Okay. You brought this shit and put it on my plate. Okay. I've been doing this shit for like 35 years, man.
God
I know
damn.
what the fuck I'm talking about. Most people don't.
I've been doing this shit for 35 years? What in the fuck?
And I've proven that shit over and over and over again by Africans themselves. Okay. Now, if you guys don't want to accept it, you guys just think it's a waste of time, fine. Stay in America. Stay in this bullshit if you want to.
Well, I've actually talked to like Africans in real life, and like they care nothing.
Oh yeah, you too, huh? Really? Okay.
They care nothing about it. They're like
bullshit. Dr. Marif is Kenyan, okay? Salchi Liberian, okay? Amongst other ones that they actually circulate around here, okay? What do you mean they don't care?
What's up? Well, they're saying it's just an internet.
They're just picking on this dude. This is sad. Dude is weird for just.
Man, I'm trying to work for us.
It exists.
The stream. I know we have a conversation, but this gets to trouble. Because what?
Okay, Andre, I don't want to call you a dumb fuck.
Because this is.
I'm trying to work for us.
It existed before the internet, sir.
This is weak trolling, because this is not the premise of the whole premise of the stream. I know we have a conversation, but
there's no premise. This stream is entitled MLK Day, a Dusty Panel. There is no premise.
Because what?
Okay, Andre, I don't want to call you a dumb fuck. Okay, I don't want to call you that. Okay, so please don't stop pissing me off. Okay.
So Smitty is up here. So Smitty.
Shut Andre. Fall back.
Fall
back, Andre. Fall back.
It's funny that Chaos Rain decided to just join in the lynching and was dismissed by everybody. Nobody responded to what he said.
Fall back. Well, otherwise, I'm gonna drop everybody and just talk to you. Okay? You want me to do?
He is really getting off on this. This dude said, "I'm gonna drop everybody else just so he could talk to him." He's this is cathartic for him. He is enjoying this.
Yeah,
you can do that if you want to, because I could actually hold my own.
Get the swisher.
Madness.
I don't know what "get the swisher" means.
So
now,
BGS, like
make it make sense.
So BGS, I've actually been on like the African diaspora channel.
I've been there. I've been to the goddamn countries. I talked to the leaders. Who do you talk to?
I've never talked to the leaders of the
I
countries.
have.
That's so.
Who do you talk to?
It's just like.
This is obviously some type of strange African dick waving contest. Well, apparently he's been doing shit like this for 35 years. So, you know, I guess like 30, like who's to prove him different? You know, dude is probably not even 35 years old. So yeah, I guess if one day you decide to take a trip to Africa and talk to a city councilman or one of those events where, you know, the guy is just taking pictures, shaking everybody's hands, and you're one of those hands that he shakes, I guess, you know.
Idiots on the internet.
Who do you talk to?
Idiots on the internet.
I talk to the leaders that are over there. They care. Who do you talk to?
I'm more
Idiots
Pan-African
on the
than you.
Well, who's in a better position to know? Them or the leaders?
So
who's in a better position to know? Them or
he is just bullying this dude. He is really just bullying this dude. After all that complaining about how people treated him when he was young, he is really just bullying this dude. Over talking him, you know, asking the same question over and over again. And he's been doing it for a long time.
the leaders?
So the main people that I've talked to.
Who are the better position to know? Them or lead? Answer the goddamn question.
Well, the leaders are going to
Thank
definitely be in the better position. Like,
and who,
obviously,
if they care, guess what's going to happen?
Well, if they care, if they actually care or something.
Why do you think Ghana's giving up citizenship to diaspora? Why do you think that is?
Well, I actually seen about that. Like,
why do you think that is? I don't ask you what you've seen about. Why do you think that is? I know you saw it. Why do you think that is?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Exactly. You don't have no idea. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the problem.
Well, BGS, understand that
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the goddamn problem.
But I'm also not against you. Like, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
You don't know. Well, why are we having this goddamn argument about this shit then?
I'm not sure why it came to an argument, but I'm not against you.
I think Pan-Africanism is a waste of time. That's out of your mouth.
Well, that's what it's seeming to be, because just like when you try it, it's like you're told that
told by whom?
You don't know what you're talking about, and fucking
told by whom?
Everybody
like whom? The leaders that actually run the country?
Not.
Snazzy said, do they always talk to him like this? I've seen him in a lot of different panels, so I'm familiar with him. I've never seen him before. But they're mighty comfortable in doing it, so I'd assume yes.
Leaders, it's just like average people saying that, like, you don't know what you're talking about, and
like who are these people?
All right, so for example, I would say that, like,
who are these people? Give me a name. Who are these people?
So BGS, I have said this before.
Who are these people?
All right, so I'll say this again.
Who are these people? Give me a name.
So the main people going against this is which ironically, I would say, like,
name.
All right, so we got Kaizo, who is he's actually Kenyan, and we got Ike, who's
Kaizo.
Nigerian.
Ike cares because Ike talks about it all the time. He cares.
But at the same time, like,
Kaizo cares too.
Well, at the same time, they say Pan-Africanism like is stupid, and I think it's a waste of time. They both.
Drop it, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Drop it. Drop it. That's bullshit. They do believe it. That's why they're over here talking to us. Okay, they do.
I think they're lying to
No,
themselves.
they believe they. I've heard them talk about it. They do believe
Yeah.
it.
Yo, Andre, like what I see you on Kaizo's all the time. Kaizo said himself, he criticized West Africans for not bringing African Americans over to invest in Africa all the time. I agrees with Pan-Africanism. Now you're getting confused. Kaizo trolls a lot on his stream and plays favoritism. Don't take him serious. Take him serious when he's talking to Dr. Thunder and Ike. Any other time he's trolling and cracking up and saying the Africans lived in mud huts and never accomplished anything.
I know Ike. I've been around.
Okay, Andre. I've heard them. I've talked to Ike. I've heard what they said and what you're saying.
Andre says 3 words and BGS interferes at GameChanger. You do realize that there are some Sigma nerds, right? Like the two things aren't mutually exclusive. Like, what the fuck? You might as well have said, like, as a Leo, women would rather be with me than a nerd. It's like some nerds are Leos. Don't be weird. Please, don't be weird. Because I don't get the same satisfaction that BGS gets from stuff like that. I actually get vexed by it. And now I'm just curious, and I'm not going to interrupt. You know, I want to hear. I want to hear where you're going with this. So please, by all means, put what you were getting at there.
And is bullshit. Okay.
Just in terms of
Andre, I've talked to them on Dr. Thunders more than a few times. What you're saying is bullshit.
Well, BGS.
Andre, it's bullshit.
Well, BGS. I listened to you talking to Kaizo and to what Buddy was just saying. It's like I have listened to Kaizo as well. Like what he says is like you know, he's like I'm a PhD, so I troll people that don't.
If Kaizo said that they should encourage African American people to come over and invest in Ghana, guess what that is, sir?
I'm confused on this because
it's called Pan-Africanism, right, sir? Huh? It's something we said, which is something we said back in 2005. Huh?
Huh? BGS cooked.
Huh?
Huh?
I'm noticing.
Stay off the weed.
This choice.
Anyway, we got 30 more minutes because I'm getting pissed. Okay.
Oh, sorry, BGS.
Same thing with GameChanger. I'm getting pissed, man. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No.
So now he brings me back up. Hold on, I'm gonna before I end this, I'm gonna because I want to just drive one point home to really just show how insecure he is. So he brings me back up after a lengthy exchange with this dude. He says my name again, and that's the reason why he was going off on dude, because of the L that he took with me. So let's listen.
Don't compare me to GameChanger. Let that man rock.
And
please don't compare you to GameChanger.
He jumped in. Our conversation was bullshit. Okay, I don't mean to get you upset, but it's bullshit. What the fuck you talking about? I actually proved it. I actually proved it 4 times. Okay,
you proved what 4 times? That's weird.
Same thing with GameChanger. I'm getting pissed, man. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No. Don't compare me to GameChanger. Let that man rock.
And he jumped in. Our conversation was bullshit. Okay, I don't mean to get you upset, but it's bullshit. What the fuck you talking
Well,
about? I actually proved
well,
it. I actually
Game
proved it
Changer is a
4
goofy. Please
times,
don't
okay?
compare me there.
I actually proved him wrong 4 times, okay? Oh, no, it's different. Get the fuck out of
I proved him wrong 4 times. Okay. That's how you heard it.
Okay.
I don't know what Charles doing.
All right. So 4 hours and 17 minutes in, he says that. Now let's just see how long ago it was since I left his panel. All right, so I'm there. Let's see. So 15 minutes later, give or take, about 15 minutes later, he's still bringing up my name and shit. And I don't even know. I left at this point. I don't even know how long he's been doing that overall. Now, I'm going to put this on members only. But what I'm not going to put on members only is this last part here, because I want to get this out and maybe we could talk about it on Melody's show tonight or something, but I want to get this out before I do. And let me see. Maybe I do. If I can't find it in my history quickly, then I'm not going to do it. But it goes into the point that I was trying to make, but wasn't allowed to make because he's a man with sensitivities. A man like him. All right. Let me see if I can find it.
Ten reasons to stay away from American men. Number one, if they have children, they are simply looking for someone to provide free maid service. Second, they want you to be a free personal assistant to them and whatever they need at particular. 3, they don't care about you as a whole in their life will need to revolve around them. If they decide they want to take up skiing, guess what? Your whole entire life is going to be about skiing. If they decide they want to take up some random hobby, your entire life will be about that random hobby and making it easier for them to pursue that hobby. Any books or TV shows that you like will have to be something that they like as well, or they won't care. Number 4.
So this is the fear mongering that they're doing to international women now, shit like this. Because apparently American men just, like say if a woman is watching Hunger Games internationally, we just go up and say, Squid Games, bitch, and smack her. Because, she got to watch the same TV as us.
Or even the best men, it will take time for them to.
She even put the subtitles in Chinese.
To unlearn patriarchy, you'll have to have a lot.
See, women in other countries want patriarchal men. You don't because you're stupid. And you got big titties. And you're stupid.
of patience and do a lot of explaining. And most of the time, it's just not worth the work or the effort. They need to come with self-awareness. And
she looks like a mom. Of course, she looks like a mom. She's an adult Black woman. But she is a mom. I think she has like a 12-year-old son or something.
Willingness to initiate doing the work that it takes to unlearn toxic habits that they have been programmed with by simply being a man and the expectation of being given whatever they want. Number 5, more than likely you.
Yeah, we've been given divorce papers and we've been giving child support to an unruly bitch like yourself for years. Like, what do you mean men have been given what they want? According to her, American men have been given what they want. Then why are they leaving? I wish I could have a conversation with a foreign woman who listened to this, like, you know, you are used to being given what you want. Then why am I here? Like, oh, well, to get what I want, right? Well, yeah, so if I was getting what I wanted there, then why would I be here? So, and this is what I was talking about, or at least this is what I was trying to talk about, you know, in between BGS saying, so what's the difference? What's the difference? You know, this is the type of behavior I was actually trying to talk about last night.
You will have to deal with toxic friends or in-laws, toxic moms, toxic dads.
She just admitted that Black women are toxic. You're going to have to deal with toxic moms. You just admitted that American women are toxic. I'm just saying.
Who act like your man is their boyfriend or like they own that man or something, true to disrespect you, and he sits there and laughs and doesn't do anything to take up for you. So not only will you have to deal with his mess, you'll have to deal with his family's mess too. Number 6, if you come down with some kind of illness, something major, something terminal, they will more than likely leave you. A lot of American hospitals teach women to have this expectation that now that you have cancer or whatever major illness, your man will leave you. And they warn women to find another way to get the support and the care that they need. Number 7, most marriages.
I'm pausing for effect, but I want y'all to take that in. This is a message to international women. According to her, American men will leave you if you have cancer, and they tell you this in hospitals. So you go to a hospital, let's just say because you I don't know, you sprained your ankle or something like that, and you go there to get a cast. And then the doctor just comes up and says, hey, by the way, American men will leave you if you get cancer. Like, what? Yeah, just so you know, American men will leave you if you get cancer, so figure something else out. What? This chick is weird. This chick is nuts. And this is what happens when you go a long period of time without penis.
Do not benefit women at all unless that man is wealthy, No, I'm not talking about the American wealth, but unless they have significant.
Foreign women are looking at this chick and laughing. It's like, listen, if you think a man who makes $100,000 a year is chump change, then, and I'm with a man who's making $1,000 a year, then by all means, give him to me. By all means, give that man to me. Foreign women are looking at her like she is nuts, because she is nuts.
Wealth, being with them will not benefit you unless they're actively willing to do the work to unlearn.
See, the rest of the women in the world outside of the West actually wants patriarchy. They want provider protectors in their home.
You unless they're willing to get you a nanny and be an active parent and clean up after themselves.
So in addition to saying $100,000 is chump change, she wants to be a housewife while assigning all of the chores and duties of like raising kids to somebody else.
And be the adult that they are, it will not benefit you at all. You will have to cook and clean and take care of the kids. And
you're a single mother. You are cooking and cleaning and taking care of your kid right now. You're stupid. STUPID.
And do everything by yourself. And if they leave you, you will be left broke. Number 8. They want to be leaders, except for
laughing.
A massive headache. They don't want to lead you anywhere except for into hell, but they want to be known as leaders and providers without actually leading and providing anything except for stress. Number 9, you will be expected to take care of his family. Doesn't matter what happens to your family. Doesn't matter if you're exhausted and you are completely run thin. You will be expected to take care of his family. If they ever need anything, if they become too old to take care of themselves or ill, the expectation will be that you will figure out how to rearrange your life so you can provide free nurse and health care to his family while he continues his life as usual. And number 10, a harsh truth that I wish more women would accept.
She don't realize that she's advertising American men to foreign women. You will have to take care of his parents. The burden of taking care of his parents will be on you. So you're saying that in American culture, kids take care of their parents? Yes, that's what I'm saying. So that means that when I'm old, my American kids will take care of me? Oh, well, you see, I got freckles and I'm light skinned, so yeah. Okay. That's weird.
Most men actually don't want to be married, even if they say they do. They want the fantasy of marriage. They want a Stepford wife. They want someone that will.
Yep. They just taking notes. They just taking notes. Right now, every foreign woman who is hearing this is Googling what a Stepford wife is. There is a woman in Asia right now, like, oh, Stepford wife. What is Stepford wife? This is not hitting the way she wants. I remember I was in the Philippines, and after my trip was done, one of the women I was seeing there kept calling me on WhatsApp. She kept hitting me up on WhatsApp, and she's like, she was like, I want you to come back, and she was telling me that she was watching, let's just call it corn. She was watching corn to try to figure out what I like. So you just told them, like, they want Stepford wives. Okay. What's a Stepford wife? They are stupid. Or she is stupid.
Care for them and cater to their every whim and need. They want to be.
They're taking notes. Every whim and need. What's a whim?
Seen as good fathers without actually being good fathers. So if you simply want to be married, if you just want to be in a relationship, then you should definitely date American men. If you have no expectations, low self-esteem, and you have a lot of Tylenol or ibuprofen on hand, then you'll be okay. You actually won't be okay, but at least you'll have a relationship. Ew.
All right. So that's what's going on. I've actually seen this. They're trying to spread their crap. Here's the problem. They take their girls trip and they try to spread this propaganda to the locals. The problem is that they can't help but coming off as entitled and stupid. And the reason why they can't help coming off as entitled and stupid is because they're entitled and stupid. And the foreign women know that. She's complaining about cooking and cleaning and saying the only value in marriage is if they hire a nanny for the kids. They're looking like, oh, this chick. There are women in the world who is like, lying to themselves about the expiration date on milk. And you talking about the only reason I marry a guy is if he could afford a maid. In the Philippines, I was watching this chick. Actually, better story. In Brazil, right? So, story time. Then I'm gonna go. In Brazil, I was. Hold on, let me get the currency right because I know it's 50 of their currency, but let me see what that is in American monies. Hold on. So, real to USD. All right. So, no, Brazilian. Okay. So, hold on. Let me get the currency conversion right. How come the calculator didn't come up when I did the Brazilian thing? All right, let's see. All right, so 50 of them dollars or 50 of their dollars. Okay, it looks like it's $8.30. So I'm walking around during Carnival, and I had a bunch of reels. I had like a stack of like 6 or 7 $50 reels in my pocket, and there was a dude. Looks like he was African, but maybe he was just like a darker skinned Brazilian dude. Who can tell? And his wife, who was a lighter skin, and she definitely looked Brazilian, and she was pretty too. He's a water cart pusher. Actually, I didn't even see the dude at first, but his wife was way prettier than he was handsome, and he wasn't a rich dude because he's selling Carnival water. I buy a water from the wife, and I could have swore in my head that I gave her 50 reals, and she gave me some change back. Maybe it costed like, maybe she gave me like 45 back. So I'm walking, I got the water, and I got the 45 real in my pocket, and I'm thinking that everything is square and that I'm paid off, right? And then this dude comes, this black dude comes, and he's like, look, my friend, I'm not a rich man. Like, all right, well, I got nothing for you. I ain't got no money. I'm not trying to buy any of your souvenirs, so, hey, I'm sorry, bro, good luck. I wasn't making out what he was saying, and this dude just kept following me around. I'm like, I'm not gonna say the N-word, but that's what I said. Stop following me. Stop following, because I wasn't making out what he said, and I wasn't listening. But then he just broke it down to me, and he was like, no, she gave you the change. I was like, yeah, she gave my change. She was like, but you didn't give her the 50. And then I stopped, and I was like, oh crap. And then I counted my money, and I was like, yeah. I was just like, man, my bad. Here's the 50. I apologized. I bought some more waters from him, even though I didn't need it, and just moved on. Like, I mean, he did his part. Somebody, because I'm not trying to steal from a Brazilian water merchant. Like, that's not my style. So he stepped to me like a man, and like, like, hey, you shorted her. Like, hey, I did not do that on purpose. No disrespect. I'm not one of those dudes that just come to people country on some wild crap like that. So imagine that woman. Melly said, I'll be right back. I'm about to go anyway. But imagine that woman listening to the woman that we just listened to, and what she's thinking. Like, she's asking for $100,000. She said $100,000 ain't crap. If he's not getting you a maid service, she comes off as entitled and stupid. She's happy to be with her dude that sells water during carnival time. And this isn't me downing the brother. I have nothing but respect from that dude. It's not an easy thing to just step to a foreigner, on some stuff like that. So, but yeah. So do you know how happy she would be with like a foreign dude that's interested, and while this chick, one woman's trash. That's what they're saying. There's nothing you could do that's going to change the way she feels about that situation. You're stupid. Your entire endeavor is stupid. The water dude's chick's wife was hotter than you, or the water dude's wife was hotter than you. You're stupid. You're entitled and stupid. Anyway, want to thank everybody that participated. Want to thank the Cash Apps. I want to thank the members and moderators and the new subscribers. If you're new here, subscribe. I want you to hit that like button on your way out. And remember that this is GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.